had going for 8 weeks now? Yeah, week 8. We're on week 8. This is the 8th week of us playing this world once a week. Which means we're getting to about the point where we normally say goodbye to the world. But I think we're going to keep this fort going for a little while longer. So we got a big old tour to do, I think. So I'm going to shut the camera off. We're going to go on a tour. So this is the upper level. Over on the right is kind of the secondary entrance that I need to fix. Because right now it's just a big old open hole. I need to have like a retractable bridge on top of it so that I can close it. Because right now, we've had several sieges happen in the past couple days, or a couple months rather, in game, that I don't want to have happen again, even though we can fight them because we have a relatively sizable military. Currently, our entire military is out invading goblins, actually. Hopefully, they'll be back soon. But as we scroll down here, we will... Well, first off, there's a lot of very fluorescent troll blood over there on the right. We have kind of the upper layer of the old fort, which is still closable. Wait, did you do something on Patreon? Oh, you did. Damn, Zap. Thanks, man. Yes, it'll charge you on the 1st of every month. Actually, I think it's actually, like, late on the 31st that the charges start going through. But yeah. Which means I owe you sound commands. Let me add you to a list. Thanks, man. And sent you a confirmation email? Yep. And because I have faith in you guys, I don't do what some people do. So with Patreon, like, I don't actually get paid until the 1st, right? So in theory, you could cancel it anytime before the 1st. But I just kind of believe you, if that makes sense. That you won't destroy it before the 1st. Did actually have somebody do that relatively recently. All right. So as of now, the annoy me commands should work for you, Zapdos. All right, let's scroll down. So there is kind of the spiral entry staircase. The other staircase on the left is kind of the old one. I think what we might actually have to do is like move the military from here permanently to underground. Like just pull out everything from in there because that's not needed. So that's kind of our spiral set of ramps going down. Still has some smoothing that needs to get done, but that's fine. And this is kind of like the main fortress level. Over on the right here is the entryway into the fort, where they kind of go up and around. I do have these like archer battlements, which I really haven't done much with. And then they kind of walk all the way around to over here. And they walk in that way. In the central zone, we have our, I think it's still technically just a mayor. Yeah, our mayor Squug, who is a goblin. This is his bedroom. Up here we have an Etten, as well as an evil dwarf in cages that at some point when a siege gets far enough in, I will actually just like pull a lever and release them to be murdered by the enemy. But till then, they can just like, live there. It's fine. In permanent prison. The outpost liaison's hanging out in here. Oh yeah, also there's an artifact pig bone coffin in here, which one of our dwarves made, which of course is named Isakdalzat Edod, which is the splattered match of boring. And it is a pig bone coffin. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular granite cabochons and oval cut fire opals and studded with copper and encircled with bands of pig bone, round granite cabochons and horse leather and briolite cut red spinels. On the item is an image of dwarves in pig bone. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of diamond wads at the gates of sailing. At the gates of selling. I read that as sailing. Selling of the Vessel of Artifice in the year 145. On the item is an image of Glad Winnowed, the quartzite figurine of Shortast Galdpair, the speechless fall of Slate, in Slate. In the Slate, not of Slate, in Slate. So that was also his coffin at one point, but I guess he didn't like sleeping in a tomb, so he kind of got pissy, so it's now just a bedroom decoration. We have our central temple in the middle here, as well as bedrooms for our original founding member dwarves around the edges. Underneath it is where we keep our dead. There's quite a lot of them. Down beneath that is where we keep our artifacts in a temple. Apparently both my dogs are missing. Hold on. I need to assign some guard dogs. Dog. And dog. Okay. Over here is kind of our tavern's guest bedrooms, and as well as just some anything goes beds. So if you don't happen to have a bedroom, you can sleep on one of these beds. Over here in the center area, there's a ghost apparently. Shit. The Goden, the ghostly mercenary who's spooking probably poor Salon right here. Yes, after being tormented by the dead. Sucks to be you, Salon. Over there, the rest of the bedrooms, there's still some boulders in them. But let's go down, shall we? Let's see what's beneath the fort, because it has been a week since we've been here. Down here, we have kind of the lower layer where I'm keeping a whole lot of boulders, which get put into the rock traps. Down here is our first crafting layer, which is just, a lot of workshops, a lot of metal smithing, a lot of... that's where we're smelting all of the goblin armor that we get. Nervicious, hello. It's good to see you. And then, as well as all of our gems and wood crafting and all that stuff. Down here is where our forges are and just kind of general generic storage stuff. Yeah, poor Sloan. We'll have to deal with that ghost. Down here was a metal ore vein that we mined out. And if we keep going down, we come to the first cavern layer. First cavern layer is pretty cramped, actually, but we have a lot of livestock down here. This is where most of our dog breeding happens, as well as where most of our clothes making and cloth stuff gets done. That little stockpile full of pots and barrels up there is mostly filled with meats that we get from the pig slaughters. And then down here is the secondary cavern layer. Something's dead over there. I'm not sure what it is. Looks like a bunch of dead troglodytes. I can't remember if there was a beast in this layer or not. I know there was one which we killed. There might be another one. I'm not actually sure. And I think that's as far down as we've gone. Yep, that's as far down as we've gone. So currently we have 74 dwarves in the fort because roughly 40 of them are currently invading goblins, being very effective. So hold on, but before I do anything else, I'm just going to see... I do not have a slab marked for that ghost. Okay, let's do that real quick. And then we'll go through the dwarves that are... Oh, no, there is a slab engraved. Okay. Has it been set? That's probably it. Let's just see. But yeah, cool. So this is Dwarf Fortress. Here comes the dwarf with the little gravestone. Squug has ended a mandate. Oh god, I hope it wasn't anything important. And Godin, the ghostly Mark's dwarf, has been laid to rest. Phew, no crimes have been enacted against our mayor. That's good. No failure to complete orders. All right, so, named dwarves currently. Gimper, Erman, Vezrelix, Tail Grandmaster, Blood, Kibbs, IDZ-23, Cyralac, Wild Trat, Click, Elikabu, Vin, Dr. Phineas, Reliant 12, Goats, Omnivore, other Kibbs, who came from the other fort, Piglet, Patolus, and Squug, the Lord Consort, Goblin Mayor, and Lara, the Elf Dancer. If you would like a dwarf in this fort, or if you would like to check in with a dwarf that I just read the name of, let me know. There's no requirements to having a dwarf in the fort. It's just a matter of asking nicely. Thanks, Crow. Cheers, man. And Darren as well. They might be in the military. Stone. They may be in the military. Maybe give them a minute before they come back. I'm actually just impressed by how good the frame rate is in this fort. Frankly. So goal for today is to kind of fix the problems with this entry tunnel, because this entry tunnel is very unfinished. Like very, very, very unfinished. Because we kind of got it done and then we got sieged and then we got sieged again. So I'm just going to run up to the surface here past all the vomit and piss and blood. I'm going to unsuspend those weapon traps. I'm going to go here real quickly and we're going to throw a... I think that's granite. I might actually be wrong. Let's just check. What are these walls made out of? Granite. Yeah, that's right. I'm going to throw a granite wall into here. What did I put there? I didn't put anything there. Game! But yeah, Cole, this game is the true sequel to Mavis Beacon Teaches Typing. It is a fully 3D world represented on a 2D plane. So every layer that you're looking at is a layer of basically Minecraft blocks. It is one of the most complicated and deep games ever made. It's been in development since the early 2000s. Still gets active patches and updates. It's got the Steam version that's coming out soonish, which is being made to give the developer and his family kind of the developers and their families, more accurately, a hedge fund due to medical bills, because there's a possibility that medical bills could get very expensive in the future, and because, you know, they're self-employed, they live in a world where, oh God, they might not be able to afford hospital fees or something. So they are looking at it as well, this is a way that they can continue developing the game and maybe get a wider audience at the same time. All right, so we're going to... That's not the one I wanted to use. Yep, still getting active development. It's totally free to try it. It's a little bit daunting to learn initially because it's such an unconventional control scheme, but it is 100% free. This is the same Ocular Realms half evil, half good biome, where the only real indicator is the occasional spoder in the trees and the eagle corpses. Yeah, it's a very stealthy evil biome, but then a horde of undead pigs spawn, and it's like, oh God. I like that Sestos has a name. The Sacred Steel. Oh, also we have a Berserk Goblin Ranger in prison. It's okay, he just lives there now. But here, you know what, Cole, we'll give you a dwarf. Chat, what kind of dwarf should we give Cole? Cole Woods. Because Cole sounds like a good dwarf name to me. It was made before traditional game and conventions existed. That's not true. We had pretty, like, user-friendly UX design. A stoneworker? Sure. How about an engraver? If I have a sane engraver. Never mind, that's not a sane engraver. Let's try and find you a sane engraver. I'll find someone who's happy. Sure, we'll go with that. This will give you kind of an idea of the depth of this game. Hey, Max. I actually don't know if I don't think I have any Fisher Dwarves in this fort. In fact, I'm pretty certain I don't have any. I can look, though. And Dwarf Burger, hello. And Spitalier, thanks for the $3. Cheers, man. Records returns soon. Okay, so you have a wife who's not in the fortress. In some other fortress, in another castle. A lot of cousins. You have an apprentice who's also not in the fortress. And a former master and a former apprentice. You have no friends in the fort, but 2 acquaintances. On a 30-second ad? You're mean. There you go. Sorry to anybody who's getting an ad now. Sounds about right. Yeah, it's unfortunate. One must always be loyal to their cause and the ones that they serve. You're 144 years old. It's like getting up there for a dwarf, but not super old. It's like in your 70s kind of thing. You were born on the 23rd of Opal in the year 116. He is short and incredibly fat, and his long sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his very long beard is braided. His ears are broad, and his raw umber eyes are slightly sunken. His hair is white mixed with gray, and his skin is raw umber. I don't know, because there's no ads available for your region, probably. People have to buy ads in order for there to be ads available. It only serves people ads if there are ads available. So, and Twitch does a terrible job selling ads. He likes orthoclase black bronze, resin opal, and rambutan wood. And giant wombat leather and picks and leather armor, amulets and the sound of the beige laces and the sight of dance of satin. And when possible prefers to consume white-spotted puffer and peach cider, whipvine flour, and blueberries, and you absolutely hate mussels. He personally finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals. Values peace over war due to seeing a dwarf's dead body in the year 255. And doesn't really value merrymaking. He dreams of creating a great work of art and does not find most jokes humorous. He rarely is moved to curiosity. He's rarely moved by curiosity, and he always is tense and jittery. He's occasionally overindulges, and he prefers everyone live as harmoniously as possible. He has lack of perseverance, and he occasionally loses focus at the matter at hand. And he doesn't try to get things done perfectly and doesn't seek out the excitement. And he is often cheerful, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. And he is currently shameless, and he finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He greets others very loudly, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. So this is like the dwarf's character sheet, right? Every single dwarf has a different character sheet based on their childhood, where they were raised, how they were raised, who their friends are, what their parents were like, early childhood experiences. Since we have a couple people in the chat, actually, that are totally new to Dwarf Fortress. What a scam. What, that you didn't get ads? I mean, what a bonus. More like, this is the world map. Now, of course, it doesn't really have traditional graphics, but if I scroll all the way in here, this is us. Right here. Human settlement. Another human settlement. Another human hamlet. Another human oh, that's a human town. Slightly bigger human town. Monasteries. Abandoned necromancer towers, which have been taken over by humans. More stuff. Mountains. Very tall mountains. More human settlements down here. We're kind of sitting on the edge of the jungle of obscenity, this evil biome. There's an active necromancer tower up here called Ivory Pant. We've got more human settlements, dwarven, what's the word I'm looking for here? Hillixes. We've got dwarven fortresses. Hillixes are kind of like above ground little ivory pants. That's what it was called. You've got like above ground little like huts and stuff in the Hillixes, and then the proper dwarven fortresses are big dugout caverns like Lord of the Rings. We've got goblin pits. We've got roads. We've got rivers. We've got grasslands, more mountains. If I zoom out a little bit, the scale of this becomes kind of real. We've got black sand deserts of culminating. We've got more rivers, big and small. We've got even more dwarven settlements throughout the jungles down in the base here, all the way up into the mountain peaks of the Spike of Reliving. Now, this is just a world that I generated. When you start playing Dwarf Fortress, you have Plane of Virginity. Yes, totally normal. Anyway, when you generate a world in Dwarf Fortress, up here we have disgusting elves and their grossness. And the big glaciers up in the north. When you generate a world, it doesn't just generate a map with a bunch of locations on it. It generates X number of years of history, depending on how much history you want. Actually, hold on. Let's see if I can show you the active happenings in the world. Right, sweet. So I just turned on the news. We can see all of this motion here. This is perfect. These O's are basically factions, places that have been conquered. So Silvery Bristled was conquered by the Immortality of Gloom. So the Immortality of Gloom, aka a goblin faction, is basically invading these dwarves en masse right now. We've got armies moving around, wave banners that are marching on Balance Hated from both sides. We've got the Nagoking Golsteels marched on Fountain Pelt, so goblins marching on dwarves. And these are all just AI run. So all that stuff's just going on in the background while we're playing. So like this is a fortress of 200 dwarves here. This is the fortress, the Hillocks of Gladpage, the dwarven Hillocks of Trusted Channels with 300 dwarves. All of these dwarves are being tracked, relatively speaking. Like their exact movements are unknown, but they are building stuff. They are multiplying. They're making friendships and keeping track of like their movements. This is a big old cluster of forts. Like all of this stuff up here. I don't even have contact with these people. We don't even know who they are and might not even know that they exist. Maybe we've heard some of the dwarves might have some relatives that live up there in this area in the of the present fields, but none of my dwarves down here in the far south on the edge of the jungles of obscenity in the plane of virginity. We don't know who those people are. The heck's going on up there? But what we do know is the yearly ritual combat at Menestubs and the dark tales of things that happened at Diverth. Things are happening. It is terrifying. Dwarven fortresses were taken over by goblins. It was inevitable. But all Crash Dwarf ship is still of the highest quality, so we're fine. That's a very confused dwarf right there. And this game somehow manages to have more hotkeys than... needs empty food storage item, eh? Somehow managed to have as many, if not more, hotkeys than Flight Simulator. Brew drink from plant. I guess I can turn that off, yeah. We'll just kind of keep an eye on it. Haven't started make me silk ropes, you twits. Cloth tunics. Silk socks. Got a lot of silk stuff we gotta make. Do I have... Okay, I got you collecting that. Do I have no clothers? Oh, I do actually have fisher dwarves, so I could actually give Max a fisher dwarf. I was unaware that I had fishery workers. Do you even have... Are you even assigned to work fishing? Shit, you are. Huh. All right. Well, Max, if you actually want a fishery workers, I can give you this blissful fishery worker. I swear to God I got rid of them all, but I guess not. Right, so Max isn't married, but has some kids. Bunch of family members. Various cousins. Lots of cousins. You have a lover who's not in the fort, probably running away. You worship 2 deities. Dur Roasted Laughs, a deity of the Vessel of Artifice, most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with war and fortresses. And you also worship Ashen, Kilrud, the Gravel of Bronze, a deity of the Vessel of Artifice, most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with mountains. You have a bunch of passing acquaintances in the fort. You seem like a relatively happy individual. He was blissful remembering sleeping in a very good bedroom, and satisfied after reading The Secret of the Duel, and felt satisfied after learning The Secret of the Duel, and felt satisfied after reading about the village to practice a craft for... Wait, what? Reading about the village. And was satisfied after learning about the village, and was bored after being unable to practice a craft for too long. Okay, so you don't even want to be a fisher dwarf anyway. You feel sad after being separated from a loved one. Aww. 97 years old, born on the 2nd of Sandstone in the year 163. His very long sideburns are braided, and his long mustache is arranged in double braids. His medium-length beard is arranged in double braids, and his very long hair is arranged in double braids. He has an angular chin, and his eyebrows are low. His raw umber eyes are somewhat narrow, and his head is somewhat short. His hair is cinnamon, mixed with gray, and his skin is raw umber, and his nose is slightly hooked. He personally respects power, but values tranquility and a peaceful day. Dreams of creating a great work of art. One of the many aunts isn't good enough for him. It's Aunt Cindy, though. Nobody likes Aunt Cindy. Great Aunt Cindy? She was horrible. Like, not exactly somebody that you want to have at family get-togethers. You know, she just berates the whole family the whole time. It was never a good thing. Never good. Also, hey, Peter. He is completely oblivious to any contempt of neatness and will just leave things strewn about without a care. He feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention, and he is somewhat scatterbrained. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He has an active imagination, and he is not brave in the wait, what? He has an active imagination, and he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. There we go. He is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He has a calm demeanor, and he could be considered rude. He does not feel envious of others, and he doesn't handle stress well. There we go. And he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and his hands are animated when he's surprised. So what does he do? Jazz hands when he's surprised? Like, wah! He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Uh-oh. And Saxul, the engraver, is throwing a tantrum and is now in prison. Oh, is in prison. Was in prison before through tantrum. All right, so let's just kind of leave the game on pause for a little bit. Just kind of watch the dwarves move about. It's good to be back to dwarfs. It was also good to take a couple days off. Caves of God was good, but it's hard to beat dwarves, you know? There's not a lot of things out there like dwarves. I really, 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 really hope that somebody really need more masons. So I had a thing happen a little while ago. I built a military, a very effective military, mind you. But I kind of took all my strong dwarves and put them into the military. Unfortunately, that means all of my good masons are now in the military. When you gesture and he has to his dubious surprise. They call him Jester the Gesture. See what I did there? But yeah, no, this game is a large. Also, I don't know if Cole's still lurking, but one other thing about this game that's worth mentioning is there's actually 3 main modes of play. There's Fortress mode, which you'll see on this stream the most. There is Adventure mode, which is just lets you walk around the world in a giant open world RPG, turn-based RPG, which has its own set of problems, but is very cool. And then there's the and then there's the third mode of play, which is my second favorite, which is Legends, which is you generate a world. It could have as many years of history as your computer can render. And it just gives you a printout of the events. Literally, it's just like, here's a book. Go read it. I mean, it's very formulaic. It'll be like, so-and-so was born in this year and X thing happened and... We really need refined coal for all of the melting that we're doing. Okay, you know, we're going to remove that one and just focus on making charcoal. So it's very formulaic. Hey, the military's back. It's very formulaic, but like you can quite literally read the history of your entire fortress after you're done with it. And let's just say you get tired of a specific fort. You can retire the fort, that's an option, and then go build another fort in the same world elsewhere in the world, and the AI will take over your original fort and run it for you. And if you're in the same faction, maybe some of your dwarves decide they don't want to live in that fort anymore because it got boring or stale or whatever, and then they'll travel around the world and show up in your fort. Is there a stone? We'll have to find out now, won't we? I don't know if you're live. I'm sorry. All right, so we've just invaded the mahogany prison of the immortality of doom. The dwarf Bastet, Growlwork of the inky drain of prairies, led the attack. In the late autumn of 260, the dwarf Bastet, Growlwork of the inky drain of prairies outmatched the goblin Galka, Squirt Inks with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Deldoom. And we'll just let the fight go. We're fighting with humans. Interesting. And we're smashing them, basically. We're just like for example, the stern ramparts led by the dwarf Bastet, the inky drain of doom, clashed with 3 goblins in Deldoom, slaying them. Dwarven child is sparring? Oh, somebody has a habit of bringing their baby. Free shipping, it's only $39, so you're... Well, that's good. What game's he picking up? The Coastal Guild destroyed Deldoom. Let's see if there's any particularly cool fights that happened in there. We looted treasure. That's good. 22 trolls, the Quakes of Glazing, led by the dwarf Vakar Saber authored, clashed with 22 trolls in Deldoom, slaying 6. Can I just point out that the human Resmi, Largecraft's left lower arm was smashed by the dwarf Adamonka's Unite Busts, the Hairy Earth. Adamonka's name is the Hairy Earth. His subtitle. That is his given name. So we stole troll fur yarn, some yarn, silver short sword, troll fur bag, Dratha leather cloak, bismuth bronze low boot. Ooh, 2 of them too. A large rat leather hood, a bronze pick, a giant axe blade, a bunch of beak dogs. Well, we're gonna be eating beak dog wings for a while. Copper toy axe, the children will love that. A iron buckler, a mudstone coffer, bronze pick. These are actually like kind of useful. The giant silver axe blades, not so much, but all right, we'll give it a moment. While everybody rejoins the map. Here they come. Welcome back, dwarves. Oh, just in time, because clearly a vile force of darkness has arrived. Well. Turn on underground. There's a rhinoceros. Looks like it's, yeah, we've arrived quite literally just in time. It's beak dog mounted goblins and, from the looks of things, trolls. Turn off all job cancellations because there's going to be a lot of them in the next minute. All right, so I'm going to need to keep that door forbidden and forbid this door. Uh-oh. Make sure those aren't forbidden. Looks like my military are going the correct way. Taking all my military off of active training so they don't just run into combat, because I don't really want them to do that. All right, dwarves, get inside. I don't see any of the invaders coming down the hill yet. We've got quite a few of them, too. I was kind of hoping this wouldn't happen, actually, but it's what we got to deal with. Get inside, dwarves. Please, quickly. Also, stone. I'm not seeing a stone. Got gold poke, bastet, adamonka, goats. Yeah, I don't think we have a stone in the fort. As they always do, his first job was a Gelder. I mean, of course he went to Mana Stubs. Everybody fought in Mana Stubs. It's ritual combat. The forces of mounted goblins on beak dogs are coming down the hills towards the side entrance. Oh, also, for the people who haven't seen DF before, Dwarf Fortress has a very unique combat health system. It doesn't have a health system, okay? The game keeps track of blood, bones, tendons, muscles, teeth, hair, tongues, eyes, eyelids, internal organs, fat. And if you lose too much of any of those things, essentially, you die. And it can process things like so-and-so grabs so-and-so by the left arm and throws them if they're strong enough, or like whips them around, or livers. Yeah, I mean, that's internal organs, right? So like it keeps track of that. Also like digestive systems and stuff if you want to get real fancy. This seems like a pretty small invasion, actually. Yeah, we should be able to take this, no problem. Ooh, ooh! The spiked glass ball strikes the goblin Haberman in the head, tearing the muscle and fracturing the skull, bruising the brain through the iron helm. An attendant in the skull has been torn, and I think he dead. As well as a beak dog's also dead. Cause of death, weapon trap. Alright, so I think all my dwarves are inside now. No, they are not. Shit. Come on, boys. Get inside. I realize there's miasma in the front door, but, like, I don't really want to lose my dwarves here if I can avoid it. Oh, God, they're so close. Shit. I realize these are my military dwarves, so if I need to, I could just tell them to attack, but I don't want to. Oh, God, this is coming down to the wire. I think that's the last one. Aloth's inside. Headshot quite literally, yep. Somebody pull that fucking lever right now. I need to close the gate. Okay, who's going to go pull the lever? All right. Saigun's going to go pull the lever. Luckily, nice and close to the lever and not carrying a boulder or something equally dumb. Pulls the lever. Jump back up to the surface. And the gate is shut. Excellent. So the gate being this right here. The trolls appear to be turning around. I see all the T's. I don't think we lost any dwarves. Yeah, I just see some rhinos fighting. Captain the Guard is fighting? Oh, that was just beating the shit out of an engraver. That's fine. Captain the Guard had to dispense some justice on one of my dwarves, unfortunately. So they're trying to... what the heck is wrong with you? This guy's running away in a panic. You okay over there? So they're trying to get through this door, but this door is an artifact. I'll reread this one because it's been a little bit. It's worth $30,000. The treasure of rewarding an orthoclase door. This is an orthoclase door. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned orthoclase cabochons and decorated with alpaca wool. This object menaces with spikes of orthoclase. On the item is an image of Cyril Great Ringed, the dwarf in granite. On the item is an image of dwarves in red pyrope. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Crypt Abbey in the Coastal Guild in the Vessel of Artifice in the early spring of 250. Yes, you're still alive, and you're our military commander, and you are a legend, my friend. I will show you how legendary you are in a moment. I will show you just how legendary you are in a moment. Because let me tell you, you're most definitely a legend. By that, I mean, if I find you... There you are. You have 10 notable kills and 22 other kills. You've killed many zombie goblins, risen corpses, and as well as, helping us by killing helmet snakes. You've even fought... Have you fought in Menace Dubs? I don't actually think... Yeah, you have fought in Menace Dubs. You killed one goblin in Menace Dubs. Zombie wild boars. Yes, you are indeed a legend. To the point where you actually have a subtitle. Let me just swap the font out for a second here. Bastet Growled the Inky Drain of Prairies. You've been given a subtitle. That's how legendary you are. All right, so now, because they can't get in the main... Uh-oh. Who's this? Melville. Oh, no. Melville. Okay, you know what? I'm going to move you real quick into a different squad. Because this dwarf was one of my military dwarves, is now caught outside. I'm going to tell you to fight. I'm so sorry. You were caught outside, Melville. How injured are you? Your upper body's injured? How do you swap the font? F12. It turns off whatever custom font you have on. But it doesn't work for all of the UI. Just parts of it. Also, in my case, if I hit F11, it'll be cut it to make the game full screen because I don't have a full screen tile set. It'll actually set the game over to vanilla, which is kind of neat. So this is what the game looks like with vanilla graphics running instead of my tile set. Come on, Dwarf. How's things, Tatanka? Squad, morning. I actually really like the way vanilla DF looks, but I prefer the non-square tile set. Come on, someone go pull that lever, please. Oh, did they leave? Also, why is there a troll in a tree? Guys, I've got several questions. Number one, why did the baddies leave? Number two, why are there trolls up a tree? Oh, why can't I? Oh, I see them. Why is there a troll right there in a tree? What? Buddy, are you cosplaying an elf? Got one caught in a cage. Yeah, they're just leaving. Like, they're panicking and leaving. I don't know what we did, but... well... Yeah, it's a pretty deep set of stairs. All right, well, I do need to send my military up here. I'm just going to send them all to go station up there. They're just going to run up there real quick, and then I'm going to open the door. Let these trolls in. That'll deal with the rest of the siege, I think. Yeah, I don't know why, but they just kind of left. Must have been more of a scouting party. They didn't expect the kind of resistance. That, or maybe they sent the attack because they thought that we were still not there. Is possible. Just popped outside and murdered all of those trolls. Stray beak dog has been found dead. Oh no. Oh, there is a troll down here. As well as a few beak dogs. From the looks of things. Although that beak dog is my friend, apparently. But yeah, that's good that things is good, Tatanka. Not anymore, so. All right. This means I can turn off the underground. Uh-oh. Right, yeah. I forgot about this. So there was a Forgotten Beast that I let die in the wrong spot, and it kind of reanimated. So there is an undead, enormous feathered six-legged squirrel that belches and croaks and has purple taupe feathers that are long and broad. Beware its poisonous gas. It's got a couple scars, as you can see. Very clearly. A couple. In fact, I would say it was completely and totally shredded. Some of them still open wounds. The red ones. But it's undead, which means it cannot be made tired. So it's just kind of, you know, running around, doing things in the underground. So the door's locked. I'm not going to unlock that anytime soon. It's going to be stinky when we do finally go back down there. The miasma is going to be intense. But, yeah, I think that was probably a relatively decent descriptor of Dwarf Fortress. Also, that dwarf of the undead albatrosses, I really hope that you're going to be okay. Someone's got to be recovering wounded or something. Who was that? The one that I moved to undead albatrosses. Melville, the militia captain. Let's find you. Where are you? Because that was the one that was stuck outside who had to kill a couple trolls to maintain safety. Mang. Melville, you. You're trying to drink right now. Oh, God. He's drinking seawater, I think. Oh, no, there's a barrel there. Probably has some alcohols in it. Come on, dwarf. You are hungry. Just jump into the jobs screen and reactivate a whole bunch of jobs. Yeah, no, I know a lot of people that are waiting on getting into this game because Steam version's coming, and it's kind of it's a good opportunity to, I guess, get into Dwarf Fortress fresh and not have to worry about a lot of that stuff. But for me personally, I think the game's totally playable right now, and actually learning the game's not going to be that much easier. The initial learning hump of the UI will be easier for sure. The game itself is still going to be difficult as hell to actually get into. So, but if you can learn the game, and if you have any experience learning complicated strategy games, it's not that bad. It's really not that bad. Because once you kind of know the mechanics, the act of actually playing the game is very easy. It's just a matter of learning the mechanics. So I wonder what we're eating in this fort, because it's been a little while since I've looked. What kind of meals are our dwarves consuming since we're following this wounded dwarf who's going to go desperately find some food? First off, our drinks. We have Pendant Amaranth beer, Tomatillo wine, cranberry wine, ooh, raspberry wine, pineapple wine, Dwarven ale, river spirits, date wine, lychee wine, dwarven wine, lots of it, and strawberry wine. And for prepared meals, we are consuming dog lung biscuits, Pig intestine biscuits, dog tallow biscuits, cat tallow biscuits, yak tallow biscuits, cat tallow biscuits, dog tallow meat roast. Okay, there we go. I was breaking the pattern. Cat tallow roast, guppy. We have a guppy. Prepared pig brain roast. Almost as good as big brain roast. Pig lung roast, cat tallow. Dog kidney roast, pig tallow roast. Prepared pig spleen roast, cassava roast. Taro roast, rat weed roast. Onion roast, squash roast. I wanted to read that as spinach, but I realized that was wrong halfway through the word. Squash roast. Bonobo sweetbread roast. Chopped dog liver roast. And purple amaranth leaf roast. Hello, foolish mortals. Hello, Terminator. How are we doing today? It's good to see you. So now we're back up to our proper number of 107 dwarves. Stone, did you want another dwarf, by the way? Because we're totally good to rename you if you would like. We've got many jobs for many dwarves of shapes and sizes. I think that this dwarf might actually be done in the military, Melville. How badly did you get injured in that fight? Because he seems to be moving, but he's prone. His upper body bears a straight scar. You know, Melville, I think it's time to remove you from the military. Like, you're unable to walk, and you're moving around with a crutch. I don't know why you were in the military, but... like, I think it's time for this dwarf to get a new job. I want to practice a craft. You know what, Stone? How about this? Do you want a dwarf with story? It's cooler than a... I'm gonna give you a kind of a nickname alongside it, because, like, you came back late from raids and got ambushed by a squad of goblins. This dwarf has 4 notable kills and 4 other kills. Was in the military for a couple of years, it seems, and is now going to have a new life as a stoneworker. So I'm going to take you off of farming, take you off of hauling because you have no spine. We'll put you onto masonry. I need some more excitement in my life. She was bored dwelling upon the lack of abstract thinking, and was disgusted dwelling upon retching and miasma, and felt guilty dwelling upon being able to rest and recuperate. She was exhilarated after sparring, so there was a time where she loved the military. She has bulky muscles and a large body, a broad chin, and her hair is clean-shaven. Her small lobed ears are narrow, and her nose is short. Her hair is cinnamon, and her skin is raw umber, and her upper body bears a straight scar, and her left foot bears a straight scar. She personally views the tranquility as one of the highest ideals. I would prefer have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder, and feels that those who attempt to conceal their emotions are vain and foolish, and finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. And doesn't care about art one way or another, but dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She wants to pray real bad. She is often inflamed by hatred and easily develops hatred towards things. She never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations. She is conflicted by this because she considers tranquility preferable to tumult. She is conceptually, and she is always in love with somebody and easily develops positive feelings. strengthening after having a child in 256. She dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She can be caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary, and she is sloppy with her living space. She does not generally seek retribution for past wrongs, and she sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. You know, I wonder if a dwarf who values the law would actually turn themselves in for a crime they committed. I've never actually seen anything like that, but I wonder if that is a thing that happens. Does anybody know about that? Because like I've noticed sometimes that sort of thing seems to happen, but I don't know if that's actually what's happening. So that's your dwarf. You're now going to go pick up equipment. I wonder what equipment you're going to go pick up. I need to jump over here because we got a lot of beak dogs that need to be set for slaughter. A tame grackle? We have a tame grackle in the fort? Number one, the fuck's a grackle? Chat, does anybody know what a grackle is? Because I don't. Dragamins, what's up? It's good to see you. Good morning. There's still morning here. It's 11:30. It's a bird. Okay. Apparently we have a tame one. Oh, whew. Whenever I see something was bitten by a cave spider, I get very worried for a second. Why is there Why is there miasma in the mayor's office? What? The fuck happened to Kibbs? And why is there a mutilated fort or a corpse? Why is there a mutilated corpse in my mayor's office? The last thing the Kibbs did was the captain of the guard. Kibbs is fighting, I think. No, that's the other Kibbs. I had two Kibbs. I mean, I guess there can be only one, but... Yeah, exactly. Like, why is... No, your dwarf has unfortunately passed, I think, Dragonman. Let me double check. Yeah, your dwarf's dead. All right, well, I have no idea how that corpse got there, but I guess I need to assign a coffin for it. Might as well just say screw it. Clear this for a while. Okay. I've got coffins open and available already. Has nobody found the corpse yet? Mysterious and intriguing. Let's just send the military in there for a second. Oh. It was found dead, dehydrated. Oh, must have gone insane. Okay. Yeah, that's probably what it was. Which means someone should come get it. Right? We're not set to underground. Guys? Anybody, want to put item in coffin? Maybe? I mean, maybe my mayor likes it there. It's... I'm just sure that the fact that he was disgusted upon retching a miasma means that my mayor isn't too thrilled about it. Although he learned about the forces that govern wind patterns, and he says it's interesting. Squawk, what would you have us do right now? Let's have a peek at your goals in life. We dreams of ruling the world. We know that much. Is an incredibly calm demeanor after retching on miasma in the year 258. I'm trying to decide what would our goblin that would have us rule the world want us to do right now? What do you guys think he would have us do? I'm sure that corpse will be dealt with sooner rather than later. Yes, nothing suspicious about that at all. Our good goblin mayor only has our best goals and needs in mind. Mm-hmm. Squug, the good goblin. Because goblins can be totally trustworthy, right? Just removing items from the surface up here. Thinking about changing the size of this upper area. Because right now we kind of have this, right? This kind of central building. But we could build another wall around the edge. That might not be a bad idea, actually. Because then we could have this as the actual, like, main entryway. Unlimited rice pudding. All of the above, yes. Anyway, Dragon Mint, if you would like another dwarf, just let me know what you'd like your dwarf's job to be. We can get you re-dwarfed up in here. Is it? I wouldn't know. Let's see if stone is making us rock stuffs. There you go. You're constructing rock coffins. Let's hope that doesn't feel anything after seeing a goblin's dead body. Doesn't feel satisfied at work yet, but hopefully we can bring you back to the feelings. Do I have a spare child? Do you have a spare child? What kind of question is that? Do you want a child or a baby? I got both. Or do you want a legendary child? They're all playing with various little toy weapons that we brought back from the goblins. Probably like bone crafting and stone crafting and random crap. Generally, that's what children are good at. That's usually how they become legendary, yes. In fact, that's, I think, the only way they can become legendary Dragonmen. So I gave you 3 options and your response is sure, so I will assume you wanted the baby. Gaga is the only thing he has to say. He is 8 months old, born on the 11th of Slate in the year 260. Within the last season, he was interested after watching a performance. He was very interested. He was delighted remembering watching performance. He was delighted watching a performance. Delighted watching a performance. Why hasn't anybody given this child alcohol? I don't see any euphoric due to inebriation. He really wants a drink, in fact. Weird. He is short and obese, and his very long sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is neatly combed, and his medium-length beard is braided. His medium-length hair is braided, and his somewhat narrow ears are splayed out. His head is narrow, and his raw umber eyes are slightly wide-set. His hair is cinnamon. His hair is cinnamon, and his skin is raw umber. I mean, yeah, that's generally how kids become masterwork crafts dwarves, right? Andres? They're born with a beard and mustache, yeah. I mean, human babies are born with a little bit of hair. Dwarves are born with fully braided beards. You didn't know that? It's like a common dwarf trait. Personally, is put off by family. And he dreams of creating a great work of art. He's incredibly brave in the face of looming danger. Perhaps a bit foolhardily. And is somewhat quarrelsome. I wonder if you've been used as a weapon. Who's your parent? Meng and Bim. Okay. Clearly. Aqua, clearly. You gotta get up on your gotta get some hours under your belt. I was trying to think of like a dwarven word for belt, but couldn't think of one. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him. And he often overindulges, and he's not particularly interested in what others think of him. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others and can handle stress. So this dwarf's going to be a military dwarf in the future. As one deity. Dur. The god associated with war and fortresses. And currently is being carried by Mum, who's also throwing stuff in the trash bin. And really wants a drink. Mom, you should give baby some alcohol. I don't know how I don't have any silk cloth, but... Hello, Varmin? What? No belt? Yeah. Yeah, you're right. And a buckler is nothing like a belt, even though it sounds like a belt. I mean, that or all their waistbands are just of the highest quality, you know? That's why they don't like to wear that elven wood clothing, is because they fall down. Unlike the masterwork dwarven clothing. Which, of course, is of the highest quality. It's like falling into Dwarf Fortress bullshit babble. Let's see how that bridge is doing. Still not finished. Oh, hey, you're actually going to go do what I need you to do. Wood Pants. Wood Pants is my new indie pop band. Speaking of indie pop bands that are definitely not indie pop bands, anybody listen to that New Killers? New Killers is pretty good. Dwarf's very thirsty. Do 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 do. Probably the reason this dwarf is thirsty is because of the fact that he's running so far to build that stupid bridge. Oh, Door's still shut. We should fix that problem. There's no way in hell we don't have silk. Sorry, game. I'm calling bullshit on that. How long have I been streaming? Streaming for 2 hours and 30 minutes. I need a quick piss break. You guys can just watch all these dwarves run around. Hopefully nothing terrible happens. Be back in a sec.
NANI?!
Yeah, no, our stone workers are doing good work. We just need my other stone worker to catch up. To be making like stuff of even remotely close to similar levels of quality. All right, so that door is now shut. Which means I need to make a raid door. Game did not like doing that. It just lagged for a good long chunk. I just set a lot of stuff to be smoothed. Okay. Going to make a lever back here between these two statues. This lever is going to be called attack door. We pull that lever to let baddies in. Nirvana the elf dancer is throwing a tantrum. Well, that's excellent. Oh shit. Vandalism charge against Circle. Well, also time to make the military actually train. Again. Ballistic Kitten, you finally caught one of my streams. You're so hard to catch for some reason. You've been watching a shit ton of the YouTube stuff and you've been looking forward to watching an actual stream for a while now. Well, hi. Generally I'm on at this time, unless it's Fridays. It's like, although it's perfectly reasonable that you could catch one of my streams when I'm not playing DF. But welcome. Hi. Yeah, no, this is like my time slot. Like I start roughly 2.5 hours ago and I go for anywhere from 6 to 12 hours. Depends on the day, I guess. But thanks for watching a shit ton of my YouTube stuff. That YouTube channel is kind of a weird anomalous thing to me. That doesn't make any sense because like The number of people that told me they're like, yeah, no one's gonna watch VODs. No one's gonna do this. No one's gonna do that. Then people in comments that are just like, could you like upload these in 30-minute chunks? It's like, do you want me to upload 20 videos a day? Like, it just makes more sense. 4 hours. There you go. Just watch it. Maybe if you want, or don't. Up to you. But thank you. So I've just got like all of this like copper crap over here that just needs to be dealt with and melted down. So how's my oh shit, that's why that wasn't working. I had caps lock on there. Let's check our bars. Charcoal. Cool, we got 41 charcoal. Melt metal object, set that to 0. Go hamsters, boys. Would be cool to retake. There's two things I kind of want to do right now. I think retaking a dead fortress would be really cool, or a dark fortress would be really cool. But like, what if we destroyed Menestub at the end of this fortress, whenever we end this fortress, and then took over Menestub's? Although that's just a fort, so I don't know if we could actually embark onto it. Maybe Dive Earth even. Actually, that would be really cool. If yeah, because we're at war with Dive Earth. Of the unnameable amazements, the nightmare of coiling. That could be cool, actually. So yeah, I don't know exactly what I want to do with this community world. Currently, I'm just kind of trying to turn my little goblin mayor into elven dwarven royalty, because I think that would just be really funny. If we had a baron consort of the goblins who becomes a baron consort of the dwarves. I just think that would be a really neat little story thing. But I was thinking about it over the week and going, well, if you haven't seen the obliteration of Dive Earth, it's one of my recent lore videos about this world. TLDR, there's a giant demon running that fort that has tens, like not tens of thousands, but thousands of kills, which I would like to see dead. But I think it would be kind of fun to obliterate it, quote unquote, with this fortress as kind of an end goal for this fort, take it over or destroy it, and then reclaim it as another group. You watch each VOD all the way through. So you're one of the... So, okay, statistics thing. If you watch all the VODs, you might hear me talking about this, but there's about 6% of the people that start watching those VODs finish them. So you're one of, like, the 6 or 7 people that actually finishes them. That's cool. Yeah, that stream was Thursday that I did that Caves of Cud run. Thursday. Is when you do stupid shit. I mean, you don't need to do stupid shit. The dwarves do stupid shit for you. So... But yeah, no, I've had many people tell me it's like I think to myself, it's like, how on earth would anybody have time to just sit down and watch a 7-hour YouTube video? And then somebody in my chat a couple weeks ago actually answered that question with one statement. He's like, I work 8 hours a day in a job where I can listen to stuff on YouTube. I was like, well, I feel dumb. Why didn't I think of that? Like, there's people that just get through their workday watching my streams after they happen. There's a white dot on this wall and it's bothering me. Like right there. We need to redo the adhesive on these things. You're glad to be part of the 6%. You're not quite in the 1%, but... Now, the 1% are the people who watch them all and comment. Also, I have no idea why these bins are still here. These are just cloth bins. They're all full of, like, cloth and ammo. All right, so I need to... make more stockpiles down here. Let's do another cloth stockpile. I know I already have one, but I'm going to make another one. Let's do another weapons stockpile and then another armor stockpile, because I've got a lot of random crap that's just piling up top. Now, I know a lot of people would use infinite stockpiles here, or quantum stockpiling. I don't like doing that. It's cheesy. I like to kind of see the big stockpiles of stuff, because it makes me feel like I have a lot of stuff, which is the truth. I mean, if you start commenting, then you can be like Eric and get dwarves in forts like 4 or 5 days after he leaves a comment asking, because he'll leave a comment and I'll be like 4 streams ahead of the YouTube channel, because I'm usually around 4 days ahead of what's going up on the YouTube channel. Dwarven junk as far as the eye can see. I mean, a lot of this is goblin junk, to be fair. Oh my god, the frame rate like cut into a third when we sent that out. Animal, cheers, man. Blood, the bookbinder, cancels melt object, too depressed. Thanks for the raid. Cheers, dude. We're playing Minecraft. That was Minecraft. Hey. HJ Jops. Or is that an I? That's an I. How do you say that? IOPS? Welcome. Right, we gotta... But yeah, no, currently we're obviously playing on the community fort, so... Uh-oh. Laura, the elf dancer went berserk. She's had enough of being in a dwarven fort. You know, frankly, I don't blame this bloody elf. Like, I wouldn't want to live in a dwarven fortress as an elf. You know, like, that's got to be a very scarring experience. You know, even though she was only accepted into the fortress because she was a part of Squug, the goblins' performance troupe. But, you know, it's been a harrowing time for her to live here, just as an elf in a dwarven fortress that is at war with elves. Ooh, I see combat. Blood's flying everywhere. Fighting with something green. I'm not sure what that was. Oh, it's because she's an animal caretaker. That's why she's green. There's blood going everywhere. Not sure who she's fighting with. She's fighting with something. Please don't kill anybody. Ooh. I don't know what is... Oh, there's just a whole bunch of dwarves beneath them. Okay, and she's dead. Lara, I'm sorry. It didn't have to go this way. Didn't have to go this way. Hopefully she gets a proper burial. So out of curiosity, Ballistic Kitten, what was the first thing on my YouTube channel that you found? Because it seems to be kind of all over the place for people. The first thing that they found that I do. Or that I did, rather. It's really... One of the more funny ones that I saw recently was someone who was like... it was just a really, really old VOD with like 2 views. They were like, yeah, it was recommended. And I was like, why did YouTube recommend something with 3 views? Then 6 hours later, I figured out why. Which I personally find really funny. So I think the biggest influx of people that I ever had was around the time I started doing the update videos for the Steam stuff. Which I sometimes actually edit on stream. I'll just be like turning my stream on, I'll be like, oh, new screenshots released, time to just film and edit a video. Man, got a couple depressions happening. Although on the bright side, it means we won't have to deal with them for too much longer. On the sad side, they're dying. But, all right, it's been a minute since we've been attacked. Oh, FICOD got possessed. I was just about to do a thing over here. Whoopsies. That's the wrong button. I hit tab too many times, or I hit tab instead of Q, more specifically. So the attack door is going to be hooked up to a bridge. That one, to be specific. All right, so who was that? Famood, or not Famood, Possession. FICOD the Miner. It's our first possession of the day. Should also send my dwarves out to go do the murder. We have to continue training. Was the Steam use stuff? Gotcha. That's cool. I'm glad that you kind of made that transition, because there's a large portion of the people who follow my YouTube channel literally only watch those. But, you know, it's part of the course, right? I'm going to keep doing them. Probably forever. I mean, they will just be Steam news until the Steam version is out. And then they'll just kind of become Dwarf Fortress news. And I'll just do little videos of anything that gets posted about DF, really. Because people seem to like them, so I'll keep doing them. Just started looking at my other stuff. Gotcha. Cool. Grabs a uncut gem. What is that? So do you play Dwarf Fortress, or are you one of those waiting for the Steam version? Also, hey, Sax, what's up, dude? Red Spinnels. Poet cancels drink. Item lost or destroyed. Someone drank your drink before you could drink your drink. How unfortunate. All this hauling is like slowing the game down. What kind of metals do I have currently? Actually getting up there in iron, that's good. And with copper. Make some more wooden bins. When you first came into the stream, I want to say that you first popped in because of, like, just coming to the directory, right, Zapdos? Or am I mistaken? More of an adventure mode kind of guy? Gotcha. I know I've had, like, in my opinion, a surprisingly positive response to all the Legends videos. Or just on YouTube specifically. I know people over here on Twitch kind of love-hate the Legends stuff. Like, they enjoy it, but there's some people that are just like, hey, it's nice background noise, but I don't need to interact with it. But over on YouTube, people love that stuff. Basically just like a podcast, almost just me, like, just sitting there and reading through Legends. I'm actually quite surprised with how many people watch the Risk of Rain run that I put up. People are actually watching it, which is cool. My first time actually winning in Risk of Rain. Love the directory? Yeah. Uh-oh. Okay, never mind. It's just saving. Thought the game froze. It's just saving. We're all fine. What does the last name mean? Zapdos, if you know. Or actually, Stone. Can we get a translation on this, on FICOD here's last name? Bang and Gigamang. I'm not even gonna try. Ben, Jen, Men, G. That's what I'm going with. Benjen Menji. Benjamenji. You've tried Fortress mode. It's pretty nerve-wracking, though. I've got some newfound confidence after watching all kinds of people play Fortress stuff. Like, you've watched almost all of Krug Smash's videos on his channel. Yeah. And you just have to finish Monster Killer. Monster Killer is probably one of my favorites, actually. I really liked Monster Killer. It's out of your knowledge. That's a Stone thing. Stone's like our resident translator. I'll speak of the devil. Scarlet Lash. Damn. That's a cool name. All right, what all did you grab, Dwarf? Because I wasn't really paying attention after the gym. Granite, red spindles, stray beak dog bone, sheep's wool cloth, iron bars, brimstone gizzard stones, copper bars, as well as green glass. So, and some mason's workshop. It's only a possession, so we're not going to get a legendary dwarf, but yeah, so someone's being stealthy. Zapdos. He's lurking in the shadows. Listening. Suffering over controlling bloody pandas. Okay, we got those wooden bins going. All right, so I was going to send the dwarves back out to go take something else out. So we've taken out a few of these dark pits. 1, 2. But yeah, I think that's probably my plan for this world going forward is we're going to do a bunch of war with this fortress and see how high we can get that goblin into Dwarven royalty. Then I'll update the public world when we start a new one. And goal is to embark on to Dive Earth. Because, I don't know, Menace Dubs would just be easy to steamroll. I'm convinced that Menace Dubs exists in a perpetual cycle of non-stop combat, purely like, it feels like a bug that this thing is still alive. E-Gravy, it's funny that you say that. So, there's a person who hangs out in this chat who put it really well, I think, which was, Blind showed me that Dwarf Fortress is approachable. Krug Smash taught me how to tell stories in Dwarf Fortress, and Cupo taught me how to make it beautiful, which is one of the coolest things I've ever seen, just in a Twitch chat. Speaking of which, Cupo needs to come back. He needs to get off that goddamn boat. It's not very dwarfy. I miss his streams. But yeah, so that's kind of our goal, is to take over this fort. Probably not that difficult mechanically, but we'll build it up. We'll take our time. So we're gonna smack as many of these pits as I can down in this area. I don't care too much about like actually taking them over. I just want to steamroll them a bit. Your forts are very square. Let's see if I can... This is something that Cupo made. And the Kit Fox Games Twitter account tweeted it out. I'm just going to stream this verbatim. I'll link the tweet in a second. That's the stuff that Cupo does. It's a Cave-In Steam logo. That's actually pretty simple for him. So, yeah, that's the stuff Cupo does. And he like just did that on a whim when that was announced. But if you haven't seen it, here's the actual tweet. Twitter compression destroys stuff. You're still working on the basics, trying to keep your fort alive. Oh yeah, well, keeping the fort alive is the easy bit. The hard bit is knowing what to do with it. All right, what do we want to go after? We actually have an alliance with that. Oh, they're human, that's why. Kind of hoping I can find somebody with artifacts. They've got artifacts. Beyond Dobbed Vessel. Should go for that. All right, boys. Let's go. We'll send the Gut Punchers, the Skunk Purge, and not Iron Bull. Iron Bull can stick around. That's just a squad of 6. They can stick around as like our local defense unit. Has this been hooked up yet? Looks like it. Okay, we will pull that lever and leave the side door open. Oh, probably. They're generally books, aren't they? They count as artifacts in the... Whoa! What? Apparently, Meng Umarast died. I guess another dwarf got caught outside. How unfortunate. As we continue to put stuff away. Oh god, there's so much of it. We're gonna have to melt down so much stuff. I think I need to appoint... well, copies pop up on the artifact screen too, don't they? I thought they did. Those first editions, yeah, you don't want no copies. Short task, the animal trainer is throwing a tantrum. No longer throwing a tantrum, so it was a very short tantrum? Yeah, it was a very short tantrum. No crimes have been committed, so that's a positive thing. So many puppies! We may have to eat them. Sorry in advance. Oh. Icod, the miner, has created Azin Wraith, a granite coffin, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Moses Glaze Organs. Helpful, I guess. I would have preferred another door, but it's worth 48,000. This is a granite coffin. All crafts dwarfship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with sheep's wool and encircled with bands of rectangular granite cabochons and square, brilliant cut red spindles. This object menaces with spikes of beak-dog bone and green glass and copper and brimstone. On the item is an image of Faith rhyming game, the dwarf and dwarves in iron. Faith rhyming hame is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Faith Rhymingham to the position of Baron of the Vessel of Artifice in the year 125. If anybody has the world open, anybody mind looking up the history of that person? I'd be curious. I don't think I've heard that name before. It's an old Baron. All right. You know what? It's time. I'm actually going to make a proper tomb. For our future Baron who dreams of ruling the world. Obviously, he would commission such a tomb early. You can always bury him in that coffin later. Yeah, well. Copies might be artifacts. I don't know for sure, although they show up on the artifact screen. I've seen them show up on the artifact screen. You closed your legends? Alrighty, it's all good. Sometimes people have it open. Ugh. A macadamia wood bin. Having trouble with the whole clothing situation right now. Our cloth situation is leaving something to be desired. Like, we have tons of silk. And this is a really weird problem, because we have tons of cave spider silk. But they don't actually know that it's there. I tell them to make anything out of silk. And they're just like, we don't got none. See if they can do it now. So much stuff getting stored in stockpiles. Although it looks like stuff's actually getting put into that lower layer now, which is good. Maybe now that I actually have like a cloth stockpile, stuff will get done. As Anaconda? That would be a pretty cool bin if someone could figure out how to make it. Mission report. The dwarves have returned from the raid. This was just a raid, not a raise attempt, but... We snuck in undetected. We stole treasure and livestock. Excellent. Next one, we will flatten them. Morning Star, backpacks, leggings, a toy axe, lead cage, a pigtail loincloth. We keep stealing loincloths. I'm just saying, one of the dwarves is into some stuff. And a bunch more beak dogs. I really hope the dwarves like eating beak dogs because, good lord. So we've got a lot of beak dogs to eat. Faith Rhyminghames was the name. Rhymehames? Hold on. I can... It's probably still there. Nope, they moved it already. Hold on, let me just construct this coffin. Then I can tell you. I think that was it, yeah. Verifiably. Also good to see you. You know, I really want to listen to the Gothic soundtrack because Gothic has a really dwarfy sounding soundtrack. Problem with the Gothic soundtrack. It issues copyright strikes on YouTube. Well, content claims. But annoying. Okay, I won't listen to your music then, Gothic. Oh my god. Oh wait, never mind. That's just... Cyrolac has created a masterpiece cave spider silk cloth. I thought it was clothing. No. It's just the cloth itself that's masterpiece. Come on, guys. Make some clothing out of that masterpiece cloth. Wrestler is named a copper spear. Cool. So we've exported a lot of wealth. They should give us a barren opportunity with the next trading caravan. I mean, it probably is the best cloth. We just need it to be made into clothing. Oh no, another elf dancer is throwing a tantrum. Playing 7 Days to Die? How do you like that? I've seen, like, even the people who really like 7 Days to Die seem to love-hate 7 Days to Die. But how's it going? I'm okay. Not in as much pain as I've been most of this week, which has been nice. Just kind of, you know, doing my best to survive and hang in here. I have, I don't know, it's a bit anxiety inducing, but it's pretty neat. That is for sure. How you doing, Bamber? Did you commit any crimes? Tantrumed what looked like 3 times back to back. Milker, Menestob's fighter, spent a lot of time in Menestob's, divorced, married, killed by Bobet. Okay. Yep, sounds like history. All right, let's send the dwarves back out. Actually, you know what? We're going to deal with this mission that I've already got queued up here. And we're going to raise that instead of just pillaging it. Good luck, dwarves. There goes the military. After another stream you watched, started playing it a lot? Was it Vorm? I know Vorm recently got heavily into it. By heavily, it's like, yeah, 19 hours a day. $214, eh? Unfortunate. One of the warmongers of Diverth. Sort of the game equivalent of an action movie. Fair enough. We've got a couple of beak dogs to slay. I should just stop getting livestock because I've got more meat than I know what to do with. Also, I know I'm a horrible person. I'm just going to slaughter all of these piglets and puppies. Yeah, right? Can't wait to reclaim Diverth. Like, actually. That seems like a pretty fitting goal for this fortress. It only took me 8 weeks to figure that out. Attis has grown to become a peasant. Would you look at that? Passing acquaintance with our Lord Consort. Well. Looks like it's time to give you a job there, Attis. It's always nice to see children grow up in your fort, you know? What do you like, Dwarf? We're crafting a masterwork. Lay pewter, opal, green glass, short swords. I think you can get into weaponsmithing and metal crafting. Maybe blacksmithing as well. Kind of those three. Once you're done playing. Back into the lurking zone. If you gotta lurk, you gotta lurk. And the pain kind of comes and goes. Some days it's better, some days it's unbearable. Those are the days where I'm cranky, generally. What creatures, if I can ask Bamboozler? You're no longer a child anymore, child. Go do the melt metal object task I've given you. All right. Brew drink from plant, 50. Brew drink from fruit, 50. Lavish meal, 100. Go ham. The rump kickers have returned. See how the fight went. We rampaged throughout. Oh, wow. We just show up, we didn't even hit a commander. Like, there must not have been many people there because we literally just... The Coastal Guild looted treasure from Menacefed. The forces of the Coastal Guild rampaged throughout Menacefed. The insightful labor of the spinning fled Menacefed. And we destroyed Menacefed. Like, we just showed up and they ran. They're just like, nope. That's a lot of loot. Holy crap. 2 steel anvils. Damn, son. 40 plump helmets spawn. Wow. 50 dwarven rum. What were they doing with dwarven rum? In this world? Let's send them after this. Yeet. Hi, Hobo. It's one way to make an entrance. At least I wasn't talking that time. Haro. I appear to have received an auto host. So shoutouts to Cat on Mars, probably. You wish you could raise bears? I mean... Oh, beers. Ah. Well. Game just paused. Oh, someone gave birth to a boy. Sorry, I was like... I thought that you meant like in Dwarf Fortress you wish that you could raise bears, but you have no job, and then I'm just like... But like, so you're a peasant? And I was like trying to like factory run that through my brain. But yeah, no, subscribing gets expensive to Twitch channels. I get that. Don't worry. It's all good. But miracles happen. Actually, you know what? Let's just do this. Someone go over here and pull this lever. I got a lot of crap I gotta get rid of. Masterwork by Bastet has been lost. I'm sorry, Bastet. Got thrown out with the trash, unfortunately. Mission report. It seemed to go pretty well. Patronizing you isn't the intent. That being said, though, miracles do happen sometimes. Like, I mean, for example, Stone's got what, 6-month resubs? Stone, have those all been gifted? Also, yeah, HS Cheers is free. The beers emoji is free. All right, I'm going to make a little zone right here. Very small one. And just assign beak dogs to it. Because I've got all of these beak dogs in the fort, and it's becoming a problem. Oh, crap, you're carrying an instrument. What is that? Oh, no, it's a bronze toy hammer. Okay, never mind. Do I guess I either don't have any clothers, which can't be the case. Okay, you know what? Short test over here. You depressed twit. Oh, never mind. No, you're getting removed from the space. That's somebody that kind of has no job of value. Two-ball, the fish cleaner. Your career has no value. Stop doing all of these things. Let's give you clothes making. Stop doing hauling. I literally just need someone to go make clothing for me. Your bootleg Android beers. You know, if it works, it works, right? Just gonna put a bunch of clothing shops there, and I swear to God, there's silk right there. Please make me silk clothing. I have like 500 silk. Also, look at all of these anvils that we should probably melt. It's a pretty good average stone, to be fair. I love this soundtrack, but it's got such wavering volumes. Let's try and make a silk dress. Okay, you're making a silk dress. You're making a cloth sock and you're making a silk dress. Okay, I think that we're actually getting stuff done now. Mitten, 30. Silk, sock, 30. Silk, cloak, 30. Silk, tunic, 30. Please. Please work. Because I've got stupid amounts of silk. I literally just need them to actually use it. And it appears that they are, which is a bit of a relief. Look at all of those beak dogs right there. Holy crap. There's so many of them on that one tile. There's so many of them. Now I just need them to actually slaughter them. I don't think they need to graze, though, so they'll just kind of chill there, and it'll be fine. Also, it's mid-spring. What do we get? Visitors around this time of year, I want to say? Okay, so this can be a tomb, which I'm just going to pre-designate to Squug. There you go, Squug. That's your tomb. Oh, red. Yeah, red. So you know how I have those massive hunks of pork, Obo? I totally cubed it up, and it's marinating in soy for dinner tonight. Ooh, someone's grieving. Short task, cancels dump, grieving. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah. I'm gonna have to, like, estimate the carbs on it, but frankly, I don't fucking care. Now, this is interesting. Dusnu, vine-blamed, wishes to reside in Crypt Abbey for the purpose of sanctuary. That's not something you see very often. Who the heck are you? A human lasher, hey? A medium-sized creature, prone to great ambition. Some sort of refugee. His hair is extremely long and his dense eyebrows are incredibly high. His slightly large iris sepia eyes are protruding. His teeth are gaped and broad, and his broad nose is short. His ears are somewhat tall and his hair is charcoal. His skin is dark tan. Fake name? Can you give me some history on this person, Stone, if you happen to have the game open still, because it seems like you do. Of course, you know the dwarves don't know. There are no Dismaroon legends. Intriguing. Is Goblin for bust? Human lasher, hey? So what do you think? Should we let him in? Should we let him stay? We do have plenty of guest residences. Like 14 to be specific. I mean, this human isn't in the fort yet. We could let him in the fort and then immediately interrogate him. That's an option. Just be like, yes, you can be a guest here. Interrogation! I think so. Welcome to Crypt Abbey. But first, as per our custom, we must ask you a few questions, friend. God, I really hope they give us a search option in this screen. Actually, hold on. I'm going to start from the top. You've been selected for a random search. Congratulations! How lucky. We only searched 1 in 200. All right. Only has one passing acquaintance. He's fought in Dreadful Dust and Plague Ghouls. It's uneasy after seeing a dead body. He's a former prisoner of the Terrible Wraith and a former hurt person of the Circumstantial Council. No, I'm not a night creature. Yeah, I mean, are you a night creature? No, I'm definitely not a night creature. Here, enjoy this stabbing in the face! Dwarves aren't paranoid. You're paranoid. Dreams of attaining a rank in society, do you now? Is utterly humorous and always presents himself extravagantly as possible, displaying a magnificent image to the world. It's very quick to anger. So you're a spoiled twat, is what you're saying. They'll never pass up a chance for a good fist fight, and is disturbed by this, as he values quiet, at least in the abstract. Any interesting items? Bronze shield strapped to his back, goblin hair bracelet. Wearing a lot of an oddly large amount of troll. Was a former hearth person, Hearth person, of the Circumstantial Council. A council of great circumstance. And is moving very slowly to go pick up equipment. Slow enough that I would almost begin to believe that it almost seems like he's got some sort of leg injury or something. Like, holy crap, this dude moves slowly. Troll horn crown, an ivory earring, a horn amulet. Bronze high boots. Pity you don't have a breastplate on it. A lion leather loincloth. This guy's gotta be goblin. There's no way in hell he's not. I mean, he was a prisoner. I've got the job set to interrogate, but my Captain of the Guard is currently storing an item somewhere, so Captain of the Guard's a little busy. Just kind of watching him, seeing what he does. As I have a feeling that this human has an ulterior motive. The position isn't coming up, but the group is real and they're involved with a fishing rights dispute. Okay. Fishing rights dispute, you say? Well then. Hello, Impale. There's a funky human. I mean, we freed him, so he was a prisoner in one of these goblin forts that we kind of flattened. Speaking of, we should continue harassing them. Only gonna send out one squad. One or a few? What, like a fish tank, I mean? I assume? You do it. Fish are great pets. They're also relatively low maintenance. I'm weirded out by how slow this bloke's moving. Like, look at how fast the dwarves are going. You don't think you have room for a 50-gallon tank? Those get pretty big pretty quick, don't they? Just double check to make sure the interrogation job's been set. How you read these so quickly? I don't understand how people see anything at a distance in Fortnite, so... All of our eyes work differently. How you doing, Steven? I mean, if you want to understand a little bit more about what's going on in this game, even if you don't understand how I read what's going on so quickly, just watch Krug Smash's videos. He illustrates everything in pencil. That's beautiful. You just spray bullets? Yeah, fair enough. But generally, I don't even see things at a distance in games like that. You learn pretty quickly what is actually worth looking at in Dwarf Fortress, and surprisingly enough, a lot of it's just kind of static stuff that... We see their gods? I think this person has one god. Oh, no. No, they've got no gods, rather. Yeah, no, they've just got... all of their information is hidden. Hope that somebody gave that poor baby some alcohol. Drag him in. Have you had alcohol yet? Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Okay, yeah, you have had alcohol. Phew. I was a little bit worried for that poor child, because I named that child after dragging him in, and he hadn't had alcohol ever. And I was like, oh god, Mom, you gotta take care of your baby. Pump some beer into that kid. Sheesh. Dwarven parenting. I know, right? Dwarves need alcohol more than they need food. So it's very concerning when you see a dwarven baby that hasn't had a drink in a while. It's very, very concerning. It's some child abuse right there. I'd have to become an American citizen first, which would be very difficult. I'd also have to get a bit older. There we go. You're getting... This person's getting interrogated now. Excellent. What, becoming an American citizen? I mean, at this rate, in the next 5 years, the U.S. is going to get split into like 8 different countries anyway, so maybe I can become the president of California. Of the Socialist Republic of California or something. Okay, so the interrogation is done. Made intimidating remarks in order to elicit information. The subject was too afraid to not comply. In the mid-spring of 261, the subject made an agreement with the Coastal Guild, becoming a resident of Crypt Abbey. I guess there's nothing weird about this person. It is a fake name, but... Actually, here's something notable, Stone. Look up Eustress Frigid Winds, the goblin, who died in 255. Is there a name of who killed them? Because you could look that up. Maybe that would give us some insights as to who the heck this human is. of the United Republic of Vermont. I mean, maybe. I don't know. Jokes aside, though, how you been, Steve? You hanging in there? It probably just says some human killed them. Till then, I guess we just have this human lasher. It's content after putting on a well-crafted item. Generally doesn't feel anything. Oh, you're on an old version of the world? Right. Duh. I need to update the world. What year is it even? Yeah, it's year 261. I should probably... I'll update the world after today. I mean, not quite. They're still only... Like, are they... Actually, no, I think they might be a permanent resident now. I don't know, what should we do with this human? We could chuck him in the military. But yeah, no, he is innocent because he was too scared to not comply. What kind of skills do you have? Kind of nothing. Literally nothing. You're a dabbling persuader, negotiator, judge of intent, liar, intimidator, flatterer, pacifier, schemer, and knows some poetry. I mean, we could make the monkey dance. Make him a scholar. Give them the sorry we thought you were a spy. I still think they're a spy, but that's besides the point. You know, I'm gonna make him a scholar. See what he does. Just see what he does. Mission report. We outsmarted them with a cunning plan. We rampage throughout. Excellent. We got 5 more beak dogs, an iron breastplate, an iron anvil, and a giant old leather bracelet. It's actually not all garbage. It's actually like the kind of useful stuff that we're getting. All right, chat. It is 12:45. That is my normal get up and get lunch time, and my tummy's rumbling. So I'm if anything particularly terrible happens, the game will pause. So I'm just gonna let the game run. We'll be back in a minute. If any tantrums happen or something, let me know when I get back. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. You guys are absolutely fantastic. Can I get a round of beers in the chat? And if you happen to have sound commands, could you keep everybody entertained with them? I'm just going to turn off that and that. How are we doing for alcohols? We're doing all right. I'll be back in a minute or two. See you guys in a second.
Hello.
NANI?!
Oh no, that's not brilliant. That's not brilliant at all. Like, that's borderline bad. I think my dwarves are back. I think. Hold on, I just gotta punch some things into my phone real quick. Apologies for the long breaks as per usual, but my medical things can't be ignored, unfortunately. All right. Also, thank you, Animal, for entertaining people. All right. Where are they coming from? The enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress. Huh. I'll bet you that's Eusteth Astuth Talon, Defense of Drums. War with the Dwarven civilization. Interesting. But Defense of Drums is also at peace with the Nightmare of Coiling. It's probably them. Because a vile force of darkness has arrived. It's Goblin. But because it says the enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress, it means it's not Goblin. At least we're not at war with the Vessel of Artifice. I'm always worried when that pop-up happens that it's some sort of civil war has started. Which is always terrifying. Let's see if I can figure it out, though. I'm eating cherry tomatoes, sorry. Looking for, oh, he's got steel helms. Looking for breastplates. Breastplates will tell us for certain. Aha. On the item is a rendition of the ever-seeing work, a masterfully designed image of a single-cut gem. It's the Fence of Drums, a dwarven civilization. I really hope I didn't accidentally invade one of their forts. Wouldn't that be awkward if, like, in my, oh yeah, we'll just invade this, invade that, invade this, invade that, invade this, invade that. Wouldn't it be awkward if we accidentally invaded something that they'd taken over? You often watch a YouTube video? Oh, really, Animal? I mean, it's certainly a possibility that we accidentally attacked them. Also depends on how big this siege is. Although on the bright side, we're going to get a lot of dwarven clothing out of this whenever they do decide to fight us for real. Might need a wash, but... Although kind of the annoying thing about them laying siege to the fortress and not just all out attacking us is they might just hang out outside for 10,562,647 years before actually attacking us. Is kind of frustrating. Get that stuff dumped as well. The door is locked. Yeah, it looks like they're just kind of chilling. See where they go, what they do. It's a very true quote. I fixed your typo, animal. Man, they're all getting trapped in cages. Smart dwarves. They're not exactly going to win many awards in the Clever Girl contest. Oh, there we go. They're coming down. Rapidly. Damn. All right. Let's give the military a brief break. Let's let them go get drink. How's the fortress faring? We're being sieged by dwarves, which I'm a little worried I accidentally started a war with. We had an intriguing human with a fake name show up. But we're watching a bunch of enemy dwarves come running into the fort. At rather alarming speeds, actually. And I'm munching on a sandwich. Okay. Are you just scouting? I guess maybe they're just scouting? What are they doing? Oh. Yeah, that's my bronze colossus. He's friendly. I want to say it's like 700 bits to get the lemon rant. Yeah, they're just scouting. I was really worried for a second there, Hobo. Really worried. Man, that center cavern layer is just rapidly becoming terrifying. That undead forgotten beast running around in there. So when do you post pictures of the stupid hot curry, hobo? Straight into the pan. Oh boy. Oh, so you're still currently working on said curry? Okay. I mean, we could go nuke their scouting crew. Because there's a few of them, but they're very spread out. Okay, they're actually, like, coming into the fort now, it looks like. Do you guys think that they're going to make it through the boulder traps? Ooh! Ooh! Boulder to the head! Oh! Spinning quartzite misses the axe dwarf. The jumps away. Bats the spinning granite aside with a bronze short sword. Blocks it. Jumps away. Spinning quartzite misses him. Somebody got hit. I'm not sure who it was. Squug, the Lord Consort, has been re-elected as mayor. Well, obviously, he's the perfect mayor. They're playing a very inefficient game of Boulder Dash. Maybe they're waiting on friends. Yeah, look at all these dwarves coming in. One of them's crawling. Guess he's injured. I do want to know. Your new carts are tasty? That's good. I really like the Alaskan Thunder that Rhinestone recommended. Ooh. Those lines of blood. Wonderful. I don't think it's actually killed any of them yet, but... Oh, there goes one. There goes another. All that blood. Glorious. It's very much a warmonger's fortress. Very much so. They're going to have a big surprise in a moment, though, once they get a little further. Assuming they don't turn around. Oh, someone bled to death. Okay, we gotta deal with this guy who's getting a little far ahead. Here come my dwarves. We get into combat. And yeah, he just kind of gets obliterated. Let's just deal with that corpse right away. All right, so we're gonna cause some chaos here. I'm gonna pull this lever. Stab up the second one, dead. And the second that lever gets pulled, an Etten is going to get released into this hallway. Where are you going, Dwarf? Might want to turn around there. All right, so there's now an Etten loose in this hallway. And a goblin... sided dwarf. So that's just gonna, you know, throw a mess into the mix. Let's just wait for this idiot to come around the corner. Oh, he panics and runs away. As you should. Saw the corpse and was like, oh god! Oh Jesus! Something's happening up there. All right, hold on. I'm just gonna go tell my dwarves to kill this guy so we don't have any problems with him. Let's see if I can find that Etten. Are you still alive? Etten. Should be listed as an uninvited guest. Oh shit, there's an undead. Oh right, yeah, it's the Forgotten Beast. Ah, there you are. Oh, you got knocked down. Okay, well that's gonna be comedy when he pops up on the back there. So there was a bunch of fighting dwarves. There's just like a big old splat there. But where's this Etten at? Oh, here comes the Etten. Running after all the dwarves on the lower level that are like injured. Oh god, come on. Etten, you got this. I gotta be careful. Kind of having to watch two things at once. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna station my military here now. Because I don't want to have any problems with them not doing their job. Okay, so my military is now stationed, which means we're probably safe. Let's just go watch this bloody Etten and see what it does. Because it's still alive. It's fighting with 3 dwarves. 2 of them are winded. It's going berserk. They appear to be shooting arrows at it and are piling on top of it. It certainly did some damage. I don't know how much damage. Etten is a 2-headed giant animal. And the Etten is now dead. My dwarves are all kind of clustered down at the bottom here, so as they come up to me, we'll deal with them accordingly. Good luck. Gonna need it. There goes my dwarves. Ooh. Man, we're just... They don't have the numbers to be able to deal with us. Okay, no, I'm gonna station them at the far side here. Yeah, it didn't make it. It's fine. I mostly wanted to use it as a creative distraction. One of my dwarves kind of got injured there, which is okay. Who's up front? Shortast is up front. Squug's just sleeping through the fight, as he bloody well should be, frankly. All right, Shortast, how are we doing? Terrified while in conflict. That's unfortunate. Who's the first, like, named dwarf in this line? Adamonka. There you go. Doesn't feel anything. That's the way I like to see him. Come on, Adam. Let's go. I think these dwarves are going to need a round of beers after this fight's over. Well, the fight is pretty much over now, but... Let's follow Bastet, the elite soldier, as they all just pile up. There's going to be the occasional fine red paste on the ground as we blast through them all, but this is what they get for invading Crypt Abbey. Yeah, the resident mayor who's just sleeping. This probably isn't his first rodeo, I would think. Wonder what our strange human is up to these days. Currently socializing. Got into an argument, satisfied remembering being granted residency. He has quarters and a chest and a cabinet. I don't know anything else about him. He has some passing acquaintances, but that's about it. Still some invaders. They seem to have all left the map. All right. I think we did it, chat room. I don't think we even got any casualties, which is pretty good. Do, 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 do. We did it! It's time to celebrate in any way you know how. It's time for those dwarves and other folks. Go and remove all of the corpses that they can find. I was gonna say, that isn't Squug, is it? No. Just a pretty standard depressed dwarf. Or goblin. You know, we may have quite a few depressed dwarves in the fort, but not actually that much, like, problem depressed dwarves. We're gonna let the military help. We're gonna need the assistance. Because we need to get these corpses up before the miasma kicks in. Also, no traders. Midsummer, eh? No migrants, no traders. Odd. Very odd indeed. Oh yeah, Vin, did you hear the plan for this fortress? Because I actually have one now. We're going to build it up and try and get our goblin as high in Dwarven society as possible. And then once we finish ranking this dwarf up in, or goblin up in Dwarven society, we're going to reclaim Diverth is the goal. So I'm going to annihilate what's left of Diverth and then reclaim it with, I guess, kind of like an RP mercenary band is what we'll call it. And I think it'll be fun. All right, it's time to dump some body parts. Although I could just, like, leave that and we'll just slowly move into the refuse pile. But that's most of the corpses out. So we can have the obliteration of Diverth followed by, I don't know, in the year 300, the reclaiming. Maybe not quite the year 300, but getting close to the year 300, the reclaiming of Diverth. All right, Animal. You have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you when we see you. Cheers, mate. Ta-ta indeed. So many dwarven corpses. That being said, like, you know, getting all of this dwarven clothing kind of for free is, like, not exactly bad. Like, you're carrying an iron shield. Like, that's pretty good stuff. What other stuff did they drop? Dresses, breastplates. Like, just stuff that we can use. Like, we don't even need to put it elsewhere. We can just use it, which is kind of cool. Something that we should work on. Kind of want to retile this area with quartzite. I don't have enough quartzite blocks. Let's get them working. Let's also open up the front door. Excuse me. Masterpiece beak dog meat roast. Man, if those dwarves don't love those masterpiece beak dog meat roasts, I don't know what we're going to do for food, frankly, because you can't really get much better than a masterwork dog, like beak dog meat roast. It's like you're eating the mounts of your enemies in the form of a roast. Man, I still keep seeing that approaching infinity game. Really need to give that game a shot. That's kind of being bumped up to kind of the top of my need to try list. Probably like after next payday, I'll pick it up. Also, I just saw a game on Steam that looks like something I'd be interested in. Let's have a look at this. Ruin Arch. Looks kind of dungeon keepery. I mean, Ruin Arch is an overlord simulator with the focus on story generation. Take control of the narrative by spreading rumors and unleashing monsters and creating chaos on an epic scale. It's published by Squeaky Wheel, which is interesting. Didn't realize they were publishing stuff. Shall we murder some more of our enemies? Once I deal with this mood. Actually, I mean, I could just send them out. Oops, wrong menu. You need to be a little bit careful. Okay, send the rump kickers out to hit them. Set the gun punchers out to raid them. And, we'll raid you with you and you. Once again, raise. Okay, so I got 3 different raids going out now. Best of luck, dwarves. Claims what? Crash Dwarf shop, of course. Looking forward to having another crafts dwarf. Still need like something to construct for this fort though. That's something that we're kind of missing. Please don't ever call me that. Stop stick. What's up, stick farmer? But yeah, personal preference. Please don't ever call me that. It just gets really weird really quickly. Some people are okay with that, but for me it just, eh. That's even worse. Unless you're memeing it. All right, I'm gonna ban you, stick farmer. We can't be friends anymore. You know, I have a name. Bye, stick farmer. It's nice knowing you. Bible thump. Thought that they would dump that. I'm a little bit shocked that we still have this many dwarves, though. All things considered. There's a lot of stressed out dwarves in this fort. But most of them are like hanging in there, even though they're super stressed out. Oh shit. Giant cave spiders fighting? I think it's already dead, actually. I love how I accidentally, like, paved so much of the surface, kind of without thinking about it. Dwarf is throwing a tantrum. Let's check the justice screen. See what you do. Nope, we're fine. Phew. I'm assuming I know why. Because of all the uneasiness. Disgusted, retching on miasma and all that. Hey, chat, can we get a round of beers in chat? I can't tell if Stick Farmer is just joking or not, but for me, I don't want to stare at that anymore. So if we could move the chat, that would be rad. Dodik! Ram Lam Inul. The planter has created Lur Gur, an avocado wood ring, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Tholtig Handelize? An odd name. No, Handel Yells, not... Okay. Handel Yells. Lear Gear. Avocado wood ring. Von Rollin. Thanks for the 32 months. Here's Crocodile. Chat, can I get a big round of beers in chat again, since you already got them locked and loaded? Von Rollin, keeping that Prime sub alive for 32 months. Total. The climax of bowls. Not a very effective bowl. This is an avocado wood ring. A Craftsdwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval quartzite cabochons and decorated with beak dog bone, and encircled with bands of avocado wood and alpaca wool, and oval quartzite cabochons, and square brilliant cut cristabarrels. This object menaces with spikes of avocado wood and quartzite. On the item is an image of Blood, Attack Cloisters, the dwarf, and a granite coffer in quartzite. Blood, attack cloisters, is raising the granite coffer. And I have the hiccups. The artwork relates to the masterful granite coffer created by the Dwarf Blood, attack cloisters, the Coastal Guild at Crypt Abbey in the late summer of 257. Space Captain Greg? I mean, that's fine. I genuinely despise it when people call me dad or son. Like, everybody's allowed to have a pet peeve. And if you call me one of those two things, it does one thing. It makes me extremely uncomfortable. And I hate it. So, just don't call me dad. I'm not your fucking dad. I'm not your son either. Or I'm not your son either. So unless it's literally my dad in the chat, you can shove something sharp firmly up your anus because you're not funny. Nor amusing. And when I ask you not to do something, you just repeatedly keep doing it. It's like, cool. That's a cool artifact, though. That one should, wait, what was the dwarfy name for it? Leargear. That should go into the artifact hold. But yeah, I think that that's an acceptable way to feel. The rump kickers have returned from their attack. Led by the Dwarf Bastet. The goblin's mouth was stabbed by the Dwarf Olin. Whoa. I mean, you can call me Greg, you can call me blind, you can call me any number of insults. You could call me, hey, fuck face. You could call me, hey, stupid. You could call me many things. Just don't call me dad. Because that gets fetishy and weird really fast. And it's one of those things where it's like I try and keep that at arm's distance because I don't like my stream to be about that shit. And I know a lot of people who also do that. So I've also seen people like let it sit and it gets weird. About to go for a bit? Alrighty. I mean, how long have I been on? What, 4.5? Yeah, 4.5 hours I've been on. I'll probably be on for at least another 2 or 3. Gonna try and keep it a little short because it is Saturday, and I try and keep Saturdays a little bit shorter, so. Did you tell us to do 3 eyes or no eyes? Hi, Copper. What's up, Meg? Someone in chat was calling me dad, and I don't like being called dad. That's all. 4 beak dogs and 1 iron shield. I don't have big daddy energy. No, I don't. In fact, I have a goal in life to never be a dad. If I can achieve that, I will be quite happy. Emo twink energy. I mean, my emo phase ended in, like, 2007. So I don't know if I should be offended. Sending the first squad back out as soon as they get back. But I don't know. I'd prefer you never tell me that again, Death of Fish. You can think that, but I don't ever want to be told that again. Gut punchers have returned. How'd they do? I'm assuming fine. My squad leaders are all pretty talented. Investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets. Basically, any names or terms that can get fetishy, I try and avoid on my stream. Like, this is a pretty hard R stream. I don't care if you curse, but I had problems in the past with other games that I streamed, with getting DM'd dick pics a lot, and I don't want that anymore, and I never want that again. So, yeah, if we could avoid any of that shit. As a deal breaker, the perks of being single. Kids aren't a problem. Mudstone table, disgusting. Who would craft out of mudstone? 5 beak dogs. Send them back out. These poor dwarves, they're probably exhausted. I love the dwarf that carved an image of a bed on this wall, and it just looks like a bed in the wall. Superior Visilic's rendition of the Staff of Driving, an exceptionally designed image of a bed, the symbol of the vessel of artifice, a dwarven civilization. Oh, trust me, some of my neighbors keep having kids, and it's starting to drive me bonkers nervous. Just kind of have this tiny little patch of stuff that's just always got all of the fruits picked off of the trees. We gotta gather more. Wonder how that stone is doing. Helping us with those blocks. She's exhilarated remembering a sparring session. Resentful after getting into an argument. You know, honestly, Stone is like mentally almost all the way back. Carrying her baby, who's 4 months old. It's a good thing we retired Stone from the military, I think. Stone seems to be having a better post-military life. Gonna say, is that Etten still in there? Don't see him, so. Assuming not. Need to eat some beak dogs, or, well, rather, I need to put some beak dogs right here. Oh shit, my mayor's got a mandate. Breastplates! Iron breastplate. Let's make 10. Actually not sure what happened to some of my population there. So there was a giant cave spider which got completely annihilated by an undead forgotten beast, which is kind of terrifying actually. The fact that there is a forgotten beast in my basement that is both undead and murdering giant cave spiders. That's kind of terrifying. Not entirely sure how I feel about that, to be completely honest with you guys. Don't you have an undead forgotten beast in your caverns? I thought it was just like a staple of dwarven culture. Decent pest control. I mean, it's bad miasma control, Gopher. The miasma just kind of spreads everywhere. So half of this biome is resurrecting. Like the lower half of it, which is why most of my construction is in the upper half of it, because the lower half of it is resurrecting. It doesn't seem to be that heavily resurrecting. Like, stuff doesn't immediately resurrect, and only some stuff does, and seems to happen pretty infrequently. So I just kind of absent-mindedly murdered this six-legged squirrel that was in the basement. And then, like, I don't know, 4 years later, I see, like, notifications of combat, and I'm like, what the hell? And the Forgotten Beast is killing shit, and it's... Let's see if I can see it. No, I can't currently. But it's, I assure you, still there, and causing problems in the basement, and it's terrifying. Let's make 100 silk caps. Let's make 30 silk shoes. Let's do... No, not cloaks. Trousers. 50. Yep. He's been berserk for a couple of years now. He's right here. I actually think the door to him is locked. No, it's not. No, it's locked. Yeah, no, he just kind of lives in our prison. It's fine. Don't worry about him. This engraver, however, it is having a hard time. But has been overthrown by the stresses of day-to-day living, so I don't think is drinking their water. Let's see how the military did. Bastet led the attack once again. Ooh. Ooh. We rampaged throughout Deldoom. We didn't destroy it, though. We did steal treasure. I think it's time to give the military a break. Whoa, frame rate just went bye-bye for a second there. Hopefully it come back. Frame rate, I missed you, so... Oh, it's speeding up again. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Some weird pathing going on somewhere. It's gotta be like the way my military is pathing back inside or something. Yeah, they're exhausted. Those poor guys. All right, dwarves, we'll let you guys inside. Also, I think I'm just going to dump these cages with the dwarves in them. Just kind of wait for frame rate to come back. I'm sure it'll come back. If not, somebody's stuck in a tree. Actually, that might be the case. Bunch of dead animals in the trees. A lot of dead animals. A lot of rhinoceroses and beak dogs in the trees. There you go. Now it's sped up all of a sudden. I don't know. The keeping of forgotten beasts, especially ones with the exotic attributes being such as being undead, is highly valued in dwarven culture. It's often seen as a flex. Yes. No, I tend to agree. Frame rate's coming and going like wild. Yeah, not entirely certain what's causing the frames to be so tough right now, but I have a feeling it'll just randomly kick back into gear. Although when the game's running slowly like this, it becomes just that much more obvious how fast cats move. Oh, I know what's causing the frame rate to break. There you go. I forbid the door to where the berserk goblin is. Got it. No, it's the berserk goblin that's trying to pass somewhere. Trying to path, but can't because he's chained. Should really just go in there and kill him, shouldn't we? But I don't know. I kind of like having him around. He's kind of like a mascot. Another dwarven raid is back. Another attack on the immortality of gloom. The blockaded freckles, led by the dwarf Zuthan Trussfire. The blockaded freckles. It's a good name. Ooh, quite the fight, actually. We clashed with 17 trolls, slaying 8. Clashed with 9 trolls. Clashed with a single troll, slaying them. Looted treasure. And we rampage throughout. Rise poisons. Bunch of beak dogs. Silver disc and a silver longsword. Ooh. Still got 2 squads that we're waiting on to come back. Let's pull the lever. Kronk. Now dealt with a bunch of bodies. Man, there's living dragons in this world, and I want to find one. Finally! The traders have arrived. We haven't spoken with them in at least a year. Can't remember what happened, but we weren't able to speak with the traders last year. It's good. We've got a large amount of meat that we need to sell to them. All these beak dogs that we've been slaughtering. As well as all these prepared food pots. Curry and food? Ooh. Ooh. Been a while since I've had curry. Although I don't know if I'd want curry that's as hot as the curry that you're describing. They seem to have brought quite a lot of wagons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wagons. It's a good amount of stuff. Looking forward to trading with them. Sperm whale man blood. I know that that's something that humans have brought. Sperm whale man blood. I don't know what's weirder, chat room. The fact that that exists or the fact that they have its blood in a barrel. Sperm whale man blood. It's a little bit absurd. Just a little bit. It's not a food item, Hobo. They can't eat it. There's absolutely nothing you can do with it. Just humans? Well, humans will try and trade it to you. That's about it. Just humans will occasionally try and sell it to you. It's bizarre. It's just like you're stringing random nouns together. Welcome to Dwarf Fortress. I figured, Hobo, and I just let it wash over me. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Looks like they're almost all there. I think I can probably call my trader now. Ba-doom, boom, 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 ba-da-dum, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Like temperature hot, but spicy hot too. I know it's the temp that's really killing it. Maybe wait for it to cool down a bit. Man, they brought everything that we really requested them to bring, which is really nice. Buy a bunch of raw glass, just in case of moods. Buy a bunch of ropes because I've been needing ropes. They're going to be very happy with the trading, I think. I'm gonna actually buy their empty barrels. And their milk barrels and stuff, and also the weird blood barrels. Why not? And sell it back to them next year. Also gonna buy all of these weapons. None of these training things, though. Those are dangerous. We wouldn't want them to use crappy training weapons. I'm sad. There's no F1 this weekend. It's literally the only way to say that is I'm sad that there's no F1 this weekend. Did I select the Highwood Training Spear? Thought I unselected it. Ah, you're right, I did. Thank you. Doubleheader NASCAR? Yeah. I might watch the F2 races from last week. Kind of fill my weekend. Tossed out in the 5th lap. By tossed out, do you mean like was crashed into and lost the car? Or do you mean like was... You cannot race in this race more. Got day-ending damage. That sucks. I still have very little interest in NASCAR. Maybe the one day that'll change, but I don't see that as particularly likely. It's a lot of anvils. I am going to buy all of the cheese, though. I'm really curious to see what this screen looks like with the new UI, actually. And I'm so curious to see what the in-game UI looks like. God damn. We're probably not going to see that for a little bit, at least. Although Tarn did say he was going to go back to working on that stuff next, so... Buy a couple splints, because why not? Buy a couple crutches, because why not? There's a lot of interesting stuff in here, so I'm just going to buy it all. All the parchment, all of the books, and offer. Or no, not offer. Trade. T. That's the button I'm looking for. Sorry, I've played Caves of Cud the last 3 days. Trade. Thank you for your business. They seem ecstatic with the trading. Excellent. Mission report. Any particularly entertaining sponsors for NASCAR races this weekend, Hobo? We rampage throughout another one. Copper pick. Some high boots. We haven't actually destroyed many more. We've just kind of rampaged throughout a bunch. Like we've destroyed 3 goblin pits total. 1, 2, and 3. Let's try and destroy Deldoom, because they kind of gave us a hard time the last time we attacked them. And try and rage them. Rage them? Raise them. A lot of the deaths feel unfair. Yeah, that's CUD, but it's kind of part of CUD. Did you start playing the game after watching my streams, or did you just go back to it? Hey, Balinor. Yeah, no, I feel that way in CUD a lot, but then at the same time, like, out of all of the deaths I had over the last 3 days, which was probably around 8 or 9, only one of them felt unfair to me. Every single other one, the more I think about it, the more I go, okay, I know how I could have avoided that. Even the last one, which was particularly salt-inducing. But most of them I look at and I'm like, okay, I could have done this, 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 and this, and that would have gotten me around that. Or, oh, if I'd known that this was this way, then I could have fixed that. And a lot of the times, if I went into this tile instead of that tile, I could have lived. But because I went into that tile, I got stuck in a dead end. And it'd say, is that your fault? No, not really. But that's kind of the nature of things, you know? And I kind of like that about CUD. Like, it's an unforgiving hellhole. And that's kind of the point. That being said, you can turn the permadeath off if you're feeling particularly annoyed by it. And personally, I don't think it necessarily ruins the spirit of CUD, because there's a lot of really cool shit in CUD. You'd like to get a real good grip of the game. Yeah, no, and there's a lot of deaths that, like, you'll certainly hit, which are just plain mean. That, and, like, I very much recommend bringing precognition with you. I mean, I still use precognition. But precognition lets you try things, you know, like, let's jump in a hole. Stuff like that, too, right? But there was a time when I was playing CUD where I started in the default town of Joppa, took 2 steps out of the town, saw a bunch of, like, mined soldiers fighting with a caravan right there for some reason. Basically, endgame units fighting a caravan, which are really strong. Watched a bunch of explosions, picked up a bunch of very endgame gear, and then got one shot by something off the screen. So, like, literally was set up to have an amazing start to a run because I had quite literally endgame gear and got one shot from something that I couldn't see. Which later I learned how to avoid getting one shot by those dudes, but it's pretty simple. It's have high willpower. But, like, I didn't know that, and I was level 1 as a Marauder, which is not a very smart class. So my stats were all in, like, survivability and brute force, not, like, defending against mind sundering. Anyway, Caves of Cud's a really good game. But yes, I think, like, the criticisms against CUD are the unfair feeling deaths. And I won't deny that at all. Like, I agree with those criticisms, and, you know, they're working on it. You know, I think every roguelike kind of has their issues, you know, like, Tome has that really weird, difficulty curve in the game. Not even learning curve, but, like, it's pretty easy at the start, and then ridiculously hard for a little bit, and then pretty easy until the end game, and never really gets ridiculously hard again once you kind of get to a certain level in the game. And it's like... But aside from some of the deaths feeling unfair, how are you liking it, Aegis? Until you find luminous horrors. Yeah. I find that's actually my problem with Tome is I'll just be getting a run going and just be getting cool items and gear and abilities, and then I'll get like struck by lightning or something and die. I'll just be like, well, okay, cool. Or like Adom, when you step on an altar and get sacrificed by an invisible priest to an elder god, and you're like, that was a really good run until I got sacrificed to an elder god by an invisible priest. They only need eyesight of you, and they can insta-gib you from 100% to insta-death, regardless of your level. It's like, rule of thumb, if playing Adom, never step on an altar. You're probably gonna die. You can do body snatcher things. You can do some really weird shit in CUD. The weird thing that I've been trying to do in CUD is undrizzle. Oh, congrats. It's not easy on Drizzle. Although I was really bummed out. Last night I was playing some Risk of Rain with friends, and the first run that we did, me and my friend both played Captain, and it was my first time playing Captain, and we were on Monsoon, and we almost obliterated. Made it all the way to the end. And we're like, went to the final boss post-obliteration and couldn't beat him. We're just like, man, we could have unlocked the captain's... I could have unlocked Captain's skin on my first run of Captain. That was sad. You're going to give him a shot? Read what his ult does before you actually play him. His ult is kind of weird. Or his R ability is kind of strange. But he's fun. Also kind of shitty for certain lore reasons. You can't use certain abilities in certain areas, which kind of sucks. I'm literally retiling my floors right now. That's where I'm at. We're retiling the floors to quartzite. Oh, beating the game is an accomplishment in general. Risk of Rain's not easy. Although today's been a good day for me personally because I've gotten to expose somebody to Dwarf Fortress for the first time and become acquainted with one of my YouTube peoples. Doesn't happen all that often. It's rare that YouTube peoples venture into the realms of Twitch. But it's kind of neat that the YouTube channel is developing this little life of its own. Just artificially restrict some... So he has two abilities. He has an airstrike and like a resupply pod that he can call down, right? Which are his R and his shift abilities. And they can't be used in the Void area. They can't be used in the Gilded Coast area. And they can't be used in the... What's it called? The shop area, but that doesn't matter. And there's one other area that they can't be used. Because it's their other dimensions. And the ship can't fire stuff there. And his left click is utterly useless. Like, it's completely fucking useless. So... For lore reasons, he can't use certain abilities in certain areas. Which is weird, but I get it. Because he's really strong. But... See, I don't know if they necessarily artificially restrict him. I don't know if that's the right word, but they do certainly restrict him. Like, it's kind of neat lore-wise, but also kind of just plain annoying. Oh no, I need refined coal. Am I out of coal? I'm out of wood. Uh-oh. Maybe don't chop down there because I need those trees for fruits. Really hope I have a woodcutter. I've got a dwarf throwing a tantrum. I actually got a few dwarves throwing tantrums. Uh-oh, we got a disorderly conduct charge against Cog, the woodcrafter. I'm sorry, Cog. Elf dancer's throwing a tantrum. After the stress of that boss fight, that's fair. It's time to download Dwarf Fortress. Or not. It's always nice, though, when people are, like, show interest at the very least in Dwarf Fortress instead of just being like, this looks weird, bye. Which happens a lot. But kind of get used to it, frankly. When you play weird games, you have to get used to people having weird reactions to your weird games. Which is kind of par for the course, honestly. You really need that refined coal. Can't follow half the stuff people stream these days. I mean, like, all of the text menus don't matter, basically. Like, you don't need to know what's going on most of the screens, but as long as you can kind of get the gist of what's going on, and if I'm doing a half-decent job of streaming it, I should be able to kind of explain what's happening. Bastet's one hell of a commander, though. God damn, that dwarf is amazing. In the early spring of 261, the goblin near Trans-Shattered confronted the dwarf Inga's sprinkle lances, the holy entrance of broiling. The holy entrance of broiling is one of my dwarves' titles. The goblin near his left cheek was smashed by the dwarf Ingas. The goblin near's right eye was torn out by the dwarf Ingas. The goblin near's right hand was smashed by the dwarf. The goblin near was struck down by the dwarf Inga's sparkle lances, the holy entrance of broiling in Deldoom. And we destroyed Deldoom. Get wrecked, Deldoom. We got one spiked silver ball, one lead cage, a Drothla lever quiver, a water skin, and a silk bag. What are our human is doing? Oh, his hand is dented. Ugh. Must have been injured. For experiencing trauma. Did you get attacked? Disnu? The human scholar? I hope not. Got a couple disorderly conduct against that elf setting. I need more coffee. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can see. That undead forgotten beast. I don't think I can. Yeah, and then this toad's on the wrong level. Run, Grundle's right upper arm. Yep. Fun, isn't it? You got that Grundle's arm is trying so hard and failing so badly. Can't fault the Grundle's arm for, like, you know, doing its best, you know? Want me to make 3 breastplates? Okay. Need more dwarves with wood cutting. Was a Grundle fighting its own arm? That's kind of a sad story if a Grundle was fighting its own arm. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I don't see anything about that Grundle. Yeah, I just see the Eagles fighting and Administrators fighting and a Troglodytes fighting. I mean, the only undead on the map right now that we're aware of is Eagle Corpse. So who knows? Well, I kind of thought you were going to grab an axe to go cut down a tree. Well, you did. Instead, you're going to go sleep. Cool. Well, someone's coming to fell a tree. Man, loading traps is kind of just a full-time job for us these days. Literally just waiting for dwarves to come deal with these trees. It's kind of like that one scene from Pirates of the Caribbean. You know, when there's the arm just like crawling towards him on in the captain's cabin, and he just like grabs the arm and like holds it and goes, "Ah!" And then he throws it into a drawer and slams the door shut and sits on the drawer. I really like the first Pirates of the Caribbean. That was a like legit good movie. Why'd they have to go and fucking Disneyfy and ruin it? It's just a legitimately good movie. I wonder how well the first Pirates of the Caribbean ages. Has anybody here seen that movie in the last 5 years? The Curse of the Black Pearl. It's a good, dumb fantasy film. I wonder what the heck happened to the Outpost Liaison. We did our trading, but... yeah, no traders requested a depot. My mayor can't be that busy. And then smoke the ashes. And then sell the smoked ashes. And then insist that you like it. I don't know. So done with everything related to Disney. Those R's over there on the right are rhinos, if anybody's wondering. I think we're going to have another round of prison sentences if people actually do anything. I don't mind if they throw tantrums, as long as they don't go injuring people. But if they commit crimes and we see it, they go in prison. For a long, long time with the eternally berserk goblin. But yeah, no, Cole, the one really confusing thing about Dwarf Fortress is there's hundreds, maybe thousands even, of different tile sets for it. So every single person you see streaming this game is going to be using a different tile set. Because this is a tile set. This isn't what the vanilla game looks like, right? Also, all of the colors that you can set can be customized. So everybody has like their own specific tweak of the colors that they use. So the game kind of looks different depending on who's playing it. But for me, that's part of what's appealing about it, is just how customizable it is. Excuse me. Like 100 wooden barrels because we just offloaded a butt ton of them. I don't know. At the time when Pirates of the Caribbean was new, Hobo, I was a young child who didn't really think the same way about corporations like Disney, you know? Kind of thought they actually had a soul. Oh, how wrong I was. Oh, young and naive. So I've been looking at nicer mic stands, and the prices on those things are alarming. Very jealous of Hobo's mic stand because this one is like $18, and like if I touch it, you guys are always gonna hear it because of it not being very nice. It's kind of like the next big purchase for the stream after the record player is repaired, I think. But my rent's gone back to normal now, so. A lesser yam plant roast. Ooh. Eli, you're such a good chef. I love a good chef, Dwarf. Where's Eli? See what Eli's thoughts been recently. Corporations don't have souls. Individually, there's lots of good people that work and hate these big corporations. Satisfied after producing a masterwork. Satisfied at work. Was satisfied remembering producing a masterwork and felt uneasy being unable to pray. Lonely after being away from friends. Uneasy after a lack of decent meals. Wait, what do you want to eat? You're like a full-time cook. What do you want to eat? Giant saltwater crocodile, brook lamprey, and dwarven rum. Giant saltwater crocodile. Not specific at all. Like, what are you eating right now, Dwarf? You're eating lesser yam plant roast that you just finished cooking, which is a masterfully prepared lesser yam plant roast created by Eli. The ingredients are superiorly minced beak dog tallow and superiorly minced prepared beak dog... Wait, what? Beak dog gizzard? Beak dogs have gizzard? Oh, God, it's disgusting. Exceptionally minced beak dog tripe and superiorly minced yes or yam plant. So it's like beak dog stuff. Oh, shit. I just forbid your meal. I'm so sorry, Dwarf. Please finish eating it. Yes, you're still finishing eating it. Whew. Such an effective chef. Can't even make food that he wants to eat, which is so sad. Felt pleasure after putting on an exceptional item. You want to practice a craft, Max? You know, Max, let's give you masonry. Hopefully you can go doozy masonry. Looks like they mostly got it done. Should have done this outer hallway in granite. Oh well. Doing it all on quartzite. Oops, that's a wall. But no, I think that my hatred of Disney kind of, honestly, probably started later than it should have. Like, I never really minded Disney all that much. And honestly, it was around midway through all of the Marvel shit when I started to kind of dislike the Marvel stuff because of how over fucking done all that shit is. And then combine that with Star Wars, which was once one of my favorite franchises. And I disliked the new Star Wars movies earlier than a lot of people. Episode 7 came out and I thought it was one of the most laughably terrible movies. One of the most laughably disappointing movies I've ever seen. Like, I would describe that as the last time I was genuinely, like, excited to go see a movie. It's like, I mean, the reboots for me were just are just fire on the coal mine. Like, that's already enough. But yeah, no, for me it was like a kind of a combination of I was getting really tired of all of the Marvel stuff. Like, mostly because my ex kept making me go see those movies because she loved all that shit, and I think still loves all that shit. And then fucking Star Wars happening. It was just kind of like, man, I really hate this fucking corporation. They're just ruining things that I enjoy now. I don't know. I guess I just had like this dumb thought in my head somewhere that Star Wars Episode 7 was going to be like new and interesting Star Wars, but instead it was, oh, you literally just beat for beat, plot point remade Episode 4. And then Episode 8 came out and I read the synopsis and I was just like, no, I don't need to see this. This is fucking stupid. And then Episode 9 came out and, well, we all know how that one went. I don't know. I just kind of, I guess, jumped off that whole train earlier than most people. And now we don't see movies anymore, so it's whatever. I know that Mandalorian exists, and a lot of people have said that that's the best Star Wars has ever been, or has been in a really long time. And it probably is. But frankly, I don't want to give them money for it. And I don't want to steal it from Sweden because that would imply that I have interest in it. So I don't want to give them any kind of stats or numbers stating that I have any remote interest in that shit. Because honestly, I don't. It's like, I just want them to let it die, and they never will. Look at all that vomit and cleaning to do, dwarves. Still a whole bunch of blood up there in the corner, too. might be decent, but you're just done with Star Wars. Yep. Yeah, the recent movies were a hammer on that coffin. Last like Disney movie I actually saw was I was really drunk one night before I was diagnosed with type 1 and was just feeling like absolute trash and was really depressed, and I watched Solo: A Star Wars Story. That's the only other of the new Star Wars movies I've seen. I know everybody says watch Rogue One, but it's not on Netflix anymore, so couldn't be asked. And honestly, Solo: A Star Wars Story was a watchable, stupid movie. Like, I enjoyed that movie. Probably would have enjoyed it more if it wasn't a Star Wars movie. I heard that Rogue One was actually okay. Yeah. Solo was okay. It was a watchable action flick. Nothing even remotely interesting outside of that, though. Cave Crocodile is fighting. Let's see if we can see this fight. There it is. This is our undead beast who is currently devouring the cave crocodile. The little flashy N with the doohickey on top of it means that they are a night creature, which in this case is a Zambi. Is the only one of the is one of the only decent Disney Star Wars movies. Did you ever see Solo, Bobo? I don't think that Solo was a good movie. I just think that it had some good moments in it, if that makes sense. Like, as a movie, it's... And the end of it is extremely stupid. Can I spoil the end of Solo? Like, the reveal at the end of Solo? Because I don't think it was brought up in any of the other movies. I mean, it might have. Like, does anybody actually give a shit? You guys have like 5 seconds to plug your ears or say something, or I'm going to spoil the end of Solo. Because I just want to say this out loud. Because fucking Darth Maul shows up. It's like, what? Okay. And of course, like, you know, it's when Han Solo's still like a young kid, but that makes sense. But it's like, wait, didn't you? Huh. Weren't you dead? And then it's like, oh, wait, right. Yeah, the Clone Wars happened. Was meh at best? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it was like a B- action movie. But I guess I was just in the right mood for a B- action movie. The thing and here's the reason I haven't seen Rogue One. I haven't seen Rogue One because they changed the director and re-edited the whole movie like 3 months before it came out. The original director was the director of Platoon. And apparently he just straight up made a really dark war movie. And I want to see that cut. That's what makes me mad about that movie. I want to see that cut. I don't want to see the cut that came out, which was apparently an okay movie. And the fact that they swapped directors and did that kind of bums me out. Got another crime against Cog, one of the tantrums. Because I was like genuinely excited to see a Star Wars war film. Because that's the kind of thing that I would like to see them do with Star Wars, but they're never going to, so. I don't know. For me at this point, Star Wars is kind of like Star Trek. It's like, I really, really, really love and appreciate the old movies. Like, Star Wars 4, 5, and 6, some of the old books, and even parts of the prequels are genuinely nostalgic, well-made, dumb space opera entertainment. And on the old Star Wars shows are fucking masterful. The movies are a laughable joke at best. But, like, the old Star Trek stuff is incredible. And that's why I watch it and why I rewatch it. I don't need to acknowledge the new stuff in order to like it. Heck, I actually quite enjoy the recent Star Trek movies. Like, say what you will about Star Trek Into Darkness and, like, all of the other recent Star Trek movies, frankly. Say what you will about them. I like them. Like, they did the right thing initially, which is spoilers for their first recent remakes of OG Star Trek movies, they fucking blow up Vulcan, like, in an alternate universe. And it's stated very bluntly that this is an alternate timeline. And Star Trek does that all the time in history, which gives them fucking free reign to do whatever they want. And it's like, they ran out of ideas. I think they ran out of ideas at around the right time. I mean, what was it? What was the name of the third one they made? So I've got a weaver that just claimed a clothes shop. That's going to be an interesting one. Yeah, but here's the thing that those movies did well, right? They used the lazy cliche, sure. I won't deny that. There's troglodytes in my fort? Time to kill some troglodytes. Anyway, they used the lazy writing mechanic and then casted those movies really, really well. Like, as a fan of the old school Star Trek shows, got a bunch of troglodytes coming into the fort that are just getting splattered on the floor. But as a fan of those old shows, they did a really good job casting modern versions of those original characters. So I think the prequels just aged horrendously badly and suffer the same problem that I think a lot of Star Wars does, which is Star Wars is a series made for children outside of like the first movie. Star Wars is a series made for children, like kids, that has a fan base of adults that want adult films. Whereas something like My Little Pony is a show made for children and a fan base of adults that want a show made for children, right? Problem with Star Wars is you have a fan base of adults that want a show for adults, but it's a series made for children. So they watch the kids thing and go, this is dumb. I want adult thing. That's the problem with Star Wars. Hi, Krugs. Welcome back. So that's the issue with, or my issue, rather, with Star Wars. I feel so sorry for so many of these dwarves. Yes, but you see, there's your expectation leveled, right? With Clone Wars? Because Clone Wars is an animated cartoon for children, regardless of how good it is. So you go in with the expectation of watching an animated cartoon for children. Does that make sense? So you expect to have simpler writing. You expect to have less. And then you're surprised with, actually, the character development here is really good. You know, like, Avatar: The Last Airbender is one of my favorite shows ever. It's a show made for children. So I get it when they have dumb slapstick comedy. I get it when they have dumb poop jokes. But there's some surprising character development there and some good writing. It's good writing for children. Whereas Star Wars, like the mainline movies, tries to like ride that line where it's like a high-octane action space opera, but it's also a kids movie. So you have like this weird like colliding of fan bases where you want one side that wants like the more serious writing from the books / the more serious stories that could take place in that universe. And then you have the other side, which is just like, I need to take my 5-year-old into this movie, you know? So that's why you kind of have that clash of audiences. So I think it's easier to do that with a cartoon because you can kind of get away with exactly. And that's what I'm kind of about to say, Balinor, with a cartoon. And like, Disney has proved this a lot with the stuff they do with Pixar is it's a lot easier to cater to both audiences with a cartoon. Like, look at Toy Story. I love Toy Story, right? In fact, I'd say it's probably the last thing that Disney did that I really, really liked was Toy Story 3. And it's like, Toy Story does a very good job of having very serious undertones and themes that a child wouldn't pick up on. But at the same time, entertaining the kids with Spanish Buzz Lightyear. And selling all the toys to the kids because it's literally a story about toys. So of course the kids are going to want to own the toys. I'm just happy some of my dwarves are still functional. Like, see, this dwarf's a little numb to all the violence, but he's still hanging in there. Keep up with it, kid. You good dwarf. Need more like you. Is this the same fishing fort? So I have 2 forts running right now. I've got the fishing fort, which we'll be playing tomorrow. And then I have my community world. This fort's called Crypt Abbey. Crypt Abbey is the one that I've done the majority of the Today Indoor Fortress videos on recently, minus the most recent one. So this is taking place in the community world. So the save file for it's public. You can just go download it. This is the one with Dive Earth and the skunk monster. We have a mayor who is a goblin, and we're kind of warmongers. We've been fighting with goblins all day. We've had like 4 sieges today. It's a good time. So yeah, no, this is not the fishing fort. This is my warmonger's other fort. Yeah. And I've decided what I'm actually going to do with this fort now, which is cool. Also, I got some more beak dogs I got to slaughter. But hello, Jack. How's things? So yeah, different world, unrelated. And if I scroll up on the Dwarf Fort talk room, if I can find that Google Doc that Vin posted. Because there's a little write-up on, yeah, here. Here's a collection of, if anybody's interested, here's a little collection of stories that Vin put together. That we've pulled out just on different important players in history for this world. So Click, the Weaver, has created Ingush Vush Gomigor, a cave spider silk rope, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Moses Glazorgans. That's a cool artifact. With 42,200. This is a cave spider silk rope. All craftsdwarfship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of dog bone and desert lime wood and oval quartzite cabochons. It is made from cave spider silk cloth, and this object menaces with spikes of cave spider silk. On the item is an image of 2 rectangular cabochons in iron. Beautiful. What is the name of that? Bodice heated the Dower Pits. I think we need to, I think we need to make another prison cell and put it in there. Or just replace a prison cell with it. After it gets found again. Thanks, Jack. Thanks, Spitalier. And Fog. Are there dwarves available to be named? Tons.
Cheese for everyone!
That too. What kind of dwarf would you like? I got children. I got military. I got currently not active military. Oh, actually, they need to be unstationed. I've got rangers, crafters, woodworkers, planters, no mechanics. They're all taken. Yeah. I even got some non-dwarves. Ooh. Ooh, the Forgotten Beast, Mob Moo. Boris Dast has come. An enormous hairy tick. It has a knobby trunk and it undulates rhythmically. Its pale brown hair is short and even. Beware, it's fire. This is on the level with the undead beast, I think. Nope. It is not, in fact. All right, well, we get to fight a tick. Okay, why can't I... Oh. Why can't I tell them to, station there? Am I doing something wrong? What am I missing here? Well. Dibs on naming whoever claims it. Where the heck did this thing go? Could indeed mean fun. Also, I'm gonna go send this squad out and make them come back, because... Yeah, you guys can go out and come back, because I can't order them to do things, which is very concerning. Seems to have kind of just vanished, though. Although I have this fear, I just let the dwarves do whatever, they're gonna get randomly hit by something. Because, like, these dwarves all have, like, they're all pretty well armed, right? Like, steel battle axe, bronze helm, a shield, leggings, iron mail. Like, yeah, and they're all pretty similar to that. They've all got various steel armor bits. I don't know. As they name it once it appears. I don't know. Watched just yesterday, the robot chicken. Oh, I haven't watched a robot chicken sketch in like maybe 20 years. But I guess they're still making them, eh? Spitalier. Do I have no metal dwarves? I do, but their like main tasks are other tasks. Jack Nurick. I do actually have metal workers. They're just they have other tasks that they're also doing. Or like half my metal workers are like legendary stone crafters. Okay, so it's on the other side of this wall, which I think we can reach. I'm gonna quickly add this to the burrow. We don't have all day. Can we kill this beast and then we'll worry about your dwarf, Jacknick? Because I've got other problems to deal with currently. Multiple problems. Cheers, man. Where the hell is that miner? Come on, dude. What are you doing? Fucking hell. Another dwarf took over the mining job. The other one canceled too many times. Like, what the heck are you doing? Maybe it's because they can't get to there. Is that it? And the first one takes over. My gosh. I woke up. It's good to see you, Arch. Hope you slept well. Yeah, that seems to have been the problem. How am I doing? Well, ask me that question in about a minute once I knock this wall down. 'Cause I won't know. Get back upstairs, dwarf. A lot of invaders. Like, that's quite the siege. Horse-mounted dwarves, 200 of them. Also, yes, I do have peasants I could name. Where is that creature? Those ones do. What do you, whose place is it? Who are you to tell the dwarves what they can and cannot do? To be fair, we're at war with those dwarves. Seriously, though, where the heck is this freaking tick? I need to know where this giant tick is. Come on, Dwarf. You have no task, just path out. Helmet snake in here. Interesting. Tiny little bastards are not to be messed with. But we're under siege. And there's a giant fire-breathing tick running around in the basement, so... And that's an alarmingly large siege. But they're proper sieging us, so they're not actually coming into the fort, which is helpful. A few of them are. But very slowly, from the looks of things. That's good. Okay, well, I don't know what's in there, but probably just somebody's dinner. But Jack Nurick, if you have your heart set on a metalworker, like I said, I already have metalworkers. But you can have Attis, who actually is one of my metalworkers, who's currently not metalworking because that area of the map is closed off. Was raised in this fortress. So, she is 12. 26th of Granite was her birthday, the year 249. She came in here at the age of 1 and has grown up in this fort. She has wavy hair that is extremely long. She is corpulent, and her ears are somewhat short. Her nose bridge is somewhat concave, and her head is somewhat narrow. She personally sees the whole idea of taking time to master skills appalling and is put off by family. Good luck with the siege in Forgotten Beast. Yeah, well... Forgotten Beast seems to have just kind of fucked off, so maybe it won't come back. I don't know. I'm more worried about the siege. This is actually what I was worried about. So my military just came back. There's about to be a war on the surface. This is what I'm worried about. So pray for my dwarves, chat. You know what? Fuck it. Fucking... Oh, I can't tell them to do anything. Okay, why is this? I can't tell them to move somewhere. I think this squad is just bugged. It's a little frustrating. That being said, they are currently getting attacked, and I can't tell them to save themselves, which is very frustrating. Let's try this. Well, there go the arrows. As they try and run underground, as they are doing. Still can't control them or give them orders. Still can't control them or give them orders. I do see Bastet just like fucking shit up out here though. Well, at least they're doing the combat thing. They're chasing a horse. Good luck catching that horse, Dwarf. It's chasing a dwarf now on a horse. Getting some arrows shot at her. One of my mace lords is heading down into the basement and murdering dwarves on the way down. Fortunately, it looks like none of them have actually made it down and into the fort, which is good. So yeah, they're just like fighting them. That's kind of nuts. They finally realized that there was fighting happening and are just fighting with them now. The invaders seem to be completely scattered, being chased by my dwarves. Yeah, looks like we've got this fight up on the surface. That Forgotten Beast is still MIA, though. Yeah, no, they've all scattered and are leaving, it seems. Well, then. Oh, wait, nope, there it is. The giant tick has reemerged. Still can't give them any orders, but I can order the other dwarves down here. Because I think that that siege is pretty much done. We're going to follow the giant tick. See what the hell it does. You're going to need to pray for my dwarves, chat. Well, most of the invaders are gone, so that's a good thing. It's fight number 1 that we won. Yeah, this is an enormous hairy tick. His name's Mabu. Barris Dust. An enormous hairy tick. It has a knobby trunk and it undulates rhythmically. Its pale brown hair is short and even beware its fire. It's a Forgotten Beast. The proc-gen creatures. All right, boys. Go get them. All right, the fire is out. Who's first in line? Adamoka, who seems to already be on fire. Fire keeps flying. Seems to have just missed. I'm just going to unpause game and hopefully nothing terrible happens. This is not looking good for us. That's a lot of fire. That is a whole lot of fire. Ooh, that's not good. That is not good at all. It's really bad, in fact. That's really bad, in fact. I was hoping they'd block it with their shields, but... Oh! Kogan, the wrestler, is in melee combat with it. Come on, Dwarf. You can do it. I realize there's just like a lot of smoke around you. Okay. I think all of those military dwarves are now dead. Well, shit. And there goes my livestock. I think now would be a good time to seal off this layer. What do you guys think? Shout out to that poor dwarf back there. You know you're playing Dwarf Fortress when you can unironically say, "You shall not pass!" But, what was that? Fire-breathing tick. 2/3 of my or 2/4 of my military just died. I was kind of hoping we could just block the flames with our shields, but yeah, that's not happening. That's the list of casualties right there. Goldpoke and Adamonka are among the dead, which is incredibly unfortunate. That being said, I do actually have a method of pitting these two forgotten beasts against one another. One, two. Come on. Oh, great. Chat room, there's an undead neck crawling into my fortress right now. As well as an undead peasant mutilated corpse. That's currently, alright. I think we got bigger problems than the undead peasant and mutilated neck. I'm gonna go out on a limb here. We'll just station some military right there. They'll deal with them. Alright. Can we get those other two done, please? He wants it back. I mean, it's possible. Come on, dwarves. If this thing gets into my fort, we're dead. Assuming it's not dead. Oh. Never mind, it's dead. Oh! The militia captain killed it. Zutton killed it. What are you doing down here, dwarf? Yeah. The seducer of waves. You killed it. Oh my god. The militia captain scratches the forgotten beast in the left third foot, chipping the chitin and bruising the muscle. A tendon has been torn. The force pulls the left third leg. The militia captain strikes the forgotten beast with his avocado wood crutch. The militia captain strikes the forgotten beast in the third foot with his avocado wood crutch, tearing the muscle. The militia captain strikes the beast in the right second leg. But what's a better animation than your imagination, Mystery? The militia captain bites the forgotten beast in the head, chipping the chitin and bruising the muscle and bruising the brain. A tendon has been torn. I saw an elf, and then he thinks, I saw an elf recite musicians. The future foretells at the Cobalt Peaches. I am not filled with delight. Oh my god. He just fucking beat a forgotten beast to death with an avocado wood crutch. And the only thing that he can think about in his goddamn brain is I saw an elf recite musicians. The future foretells at the Cobalt Peaches, and I am not filled with delight. Oh, man. Also, there's an undead neck upstairs. Shit's still burning, though. There's a few undead in the map, but that's it. Well, I mean, we did kind of lose a whole bunch of dwarves, but like, at least they died gloriously. We still need to kill that peasant neck. Currently, it's fighting with a cat. Oh, boy. Please go kill that peasant neck. It's a very unpleasant neck. Oh. So where the hell is that militia captain at? God, I can't get over that that's the last fucking thing he thought about. What squad are you in? That's too funny. Well, I'm gonna disband your squad. Because you appear to be stuck. I'm not entirely certain as to why that is. I'm pretty sure you can get out. It's like he's trying to pass somewhere he can't get to. There he goes. His pathing got bugged. There you go. And he just puts some meat away. Please don't go catch fire. What are you doing, you dumb dwarf? Well then. Let's make 20 rock slabs, because I think I need more than that. Well, that whole thing escalated quickly. So I know that you can get beheaded, chat, but what's de-necked being? Best part is, he's satisfied at work. Fog, welcome to the fortress. The reason I'm calling you Fog is because you managed to fight through all of that fog and beat the crap out of this thing with a crutch. And I think we're going to give you a new profession, and that's all of the weaponsmithing stuff. Twice at once. Double beheadation. Okay, like, actually, why can't you make it up to the surface? I want you to be able to get up to the surface. But they don't seem to be able to do that. Did the layout change? No, this is just the weekend fort. So I have two forts. I have my weekday fort and my weekend fort. This is my weekend fort. Scared that stupid dwarf's gonna starve to death. The picture-in-picture seems smaller. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Yeah, oh, you mean my camera? My camera hasn't moved or anything. I got a new camera a little while ago. This camera, but not really the layout changing. Yeah, maybe. I mean, my camera's a little bit more zoomed out than it used to be. Maybe that's what you're seeing? All right, so that was horrendously sad because of how many dwarves we lost, but also kind of maybe the most amazing thing that's happened in this fort in a minute. We're going to engrave a bunch of gravestones to all of the dwarves that died. Because, my God. Thanks, Cooler. Also, did we kill that neck? Yes, we did. Yeah, it might be the FOV on the camera. Because, like, I know you've seen this already, Fog, but, like, you're a camera guy. This is a much nicer looking camera than that stupid webcam. Although it does scream at me every now and again. Sometimes it just randomly beeps at me. I think that it's, like, mad about the fact that it's plugged in all the time. And, like, being used as a webcam. It's like, I'm a GoPro. I'm supposed to be on somebody's helmet flying down a mountain at 100 miles an hour. Not, like, sitting on top of a computer. God damn it. Oh, probably. It's definitely a bit darker. But I like the way it looks a lot more. Could, of course, probably use a little bit more tweaking, but... I'm using I don't know when you last watched me, Dawn, but I am using a GoPro as my lead camera now. That time, but your wife really liked seeing my parents. Yeah, that's my childhood kitty. He's a good cat. He's kind of a bit of a handful. He's very needy, but he's a nice cat. He is a senior citizen, though. Yeah, this is actually my old camera. This filter. The aesthetically terrible camera. They require occasional extreme sports to smooth their inner desires and marketing budget. They're sitting there going, all of this money was wasted. I mean, there was some growing pains for sure, but are prettier than things that are pretty intentionally? Yes, I tend to agree. Yeah, no, I mean, it works well. There's no real use for it in just this screen, but someone says that someone in the YouTube comments actually said that it kind of ruins the magic a little bit because you can kind of see that like where I live, but just like this camera in a way. Hey, look, it's a surprise elbow. Sometimes when you're lucky, you get sock. All of the livestock has been found dead. We had 226 animals. We have 26 now. It's incredible. Ugh, something died over there. It's probably the neck stinking up the place. I don't know. I love the like image of, oh, there was a peasant's neck. Oh God, so many crimes were committed. Holy crap. I'm so sorry, Blood and Cog. It's probably during the sieges. So much disorderly conduct. Oh, good Lord. Bunch of short prison sentences, I assume. Cog's getting nothing. Jurist's getting nothing. Blood's getting nothing. Okay, that's fine. Damn you, neck! I feel like I'm shouting at the vocalist of Cannibal Corpse. Anybody here who listens to Cannibal Corpse will understand. Okay, why do I have these iron breastplate jobs set up and ready to go, but nobody's forging iron breastplates? I'm a little bit frustrated. Just make another forge. Maybe I just don't have enough forges. I actually saw them in concert once. Well, it's it's like they call him and Corey Taylor of Slipknot neck because of how big their necks are. Like if you've ever seen Corey Taylor without his mask on, he's a weird looking dude. He's like kind of like relatively built guy, but his neck is like twice the size of your average person's neck. It's like, whoa, you've got a buff neck.